Wow. Woo.
That's the shofar. Hashiram Matazima, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Lavakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, Latazak, know and not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, know and not thou adultery. La'atha, Ganab, know and not thou steal. La'atha, Anashikar, know and not thou testify falsely. La'atha, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya, know and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hashira.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Woo. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And everything you should do.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah!
Yes. Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Soda, Yahaya. Soda, Yahaya. Praise God! Yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to
The Most High. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me check my mic. See if the mic is on. All right. Yep, the mic is on. It's kind of low, but I don't know if I'm gonna get loud. Let me just turn it up a little bit. All right. Yeah. 49. I'm turning to 50 because I'm probably gonna talk pretty calm for the beginning. All right, y'all let me know if I just got it out right there. All right, I think it's warming up. Y'all let me know if I get too loud later and it starts peaking. All right, so they took our thumbnail down. All right, we starting off already. It's already crazy. Tonight gonna be a crazy one, right? It's all Hallows Eve, right? It's all Samhain, the Day of the Dead, the witchcraft holiday, Helly Day, right? And they got mad. I think they got mad at my thumbnail because I said he created Christianity or something. Maybe I'm probably gonna have to change it and just say Christianity or something. I don't know. They took it down. I'm like, Wow, okay. So we live and we ain't even got a thumbnail up. So I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Give me a second. Hold on, let me do this first. That one? Is it that one? Yeah, it's that one. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. We about to get started. Let me let my brothers and sisters in, present, and then I gotta work on it. I gotta get a thumbnail up for the people who come in later. Right? They're gonna be like, where's the thumbnail? All right. So invite guests, copy, bang, go to the comments. Thank you. Control V, enter. All right, so that's the link for my brothers and let me make this smaller. Okay, let me see. Okay, good. The side chat is all the way to the side. Okay, then let me make this smaller. There we go. That opened up that a little bit. All right, peace and blessings, everybody. Welcome to Shalom Courtney, Sister Phyllis Richard. Sorry, I can't scroll up too far. Um, Azayah, Shalom, daughter of Yah. I've seen she be on the live streams. She be saying something early. I don't even know she be there. Shout out Robin Yah is here tonight. Well, everybody should be here tonight because nobody should be outside in this wicked foolishness tonight, right? You should let the day of these devils have their way out there, right? Yeah, All Hallows Eve. It's crazy work, right? Samhain, Day of the Dead, all that. Nobody should be outside. Everybody who usually watches our live, it would be wise for it to be a bunch of us here later on tonight. Because I would rather be in the house of truth, learning some real, and it's going to be crazy tonight. So the timing of the Most High having this series, what I'm exposed tonight is some of the spookiest, darkest stuff you've ever witnessed ever. And it's crazy that it time in with All Hallows Eve, right? So what I'm gonna do as my brothers and sisters come in, I need to let me get this thumbnail together, right? Because we need the brothers and sisters who find us from all over the world. There ain't no thumbnail, right? So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to let me let the elder in. Hakyam ain't get here yet. All right. Shalom, elder. Tamaya Yazayan and Yanapa. All right. So I let the elder in. Hold on. There we go. Now me and the elder is bigger on the screen. All right. So now let's let's let me go to I was trying to get it together while I'm trying to start because it was right before when I came in here and started the video. That's when somebody said, they ain't no thumbnail. I'm like, what do you mean ain't no thumbnail? They took my thumbnail down? That's crazy work, actually, that they took my thumbnail down. But anyway, so let me figure out what can I can't make a thumbnail that quick. I really could if I pull it into Photopea, then I can just um, erase the part that said he. Let me see. Let me look in my thumbnails to see if I got something I can just put up in the meantime. Yeah, because I said this who created Christianity, so they probably don't want me making that statement like that, right? Like they don't like that. All right, so let me see, what could I put up instead of that?
Do you want me to say the house prayer?
Yeah, you can say the house prayer. All right. And while you do that, I'll just try to do this really quick. So how do I got to open up that? Okay, so let me do this. Okay. All right. So let me mute myself because I'll be talking while I'm going. I'll be talking while I'm doing it. So let me come back to y'all. Hold on, again. Let me mute myself for a second.
Shalom, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. We're going to be reading the house prayer, and that's Psalms 148. Let's see if you can hear me okay. Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah.
For he commanded and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deep, fire and hail, snow and vapors, stormy winds fulfilling his word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth, and the Shemayim, heaven. He also exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharal, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High, Yah.
All praises to the Most High. All right, I apologize to everybody worldwide. It's just they took the thumbnail down. So it's going to be a very, very important, very dark, very crazy lesson. This is going to be crazy, honestly. The stuff you're about to find out. And the crazy thing that I love is that by the end of this series, you're going to know so much about the creation of religion and the religion also that they call Christianity, the creation of it, right? And it's crazy work. It honestly is. It's like the things that's going to come out in this, you're going to have the complete foundation, right? The complete foundation. All right. I'm trying to find, I got the thing. Just got to change the name of it and then copy that. So hold on. Where is my one? And so the crazy thing is, uh, okay, where is the doggone thing at? Where it says Christian? Maybe it's this one. No, that says sin. Oh, there it go. Who created Christianity? Okay, right there. So what can I do? I can say this who created, I don't know. This who created with a big question mark. All right. So let me take the Christianity part, right? And make a big question mark. Where's the Christianity? Make it control, make it big. Sorry guys, I gotta do this live, but y'all already know how they do, right? Y'all know how they do the truth, right? So let me ungroup, right? Click that, change that to a question mark, shift, bang, and change this one to a question mark, shift, bang, tag. Okay, so then group those together again, bang. So this is my editing thing, how I make my thumbnails, right? I'm just walking y'all through it, right? But it's gonna be a crazy lesson in a second, right? So now I gotta take my offset and move that here, and then I want to make the range bigger. There we go. This who created, and then I'm gonna make that question mark even bigger. There it go. Move that. Oh, Control Z. It didn't group. Bang. Click. Group the two together. Now move the group up here. There you go. All right, that actually works. Okay, so now I'll make it full screen. And I probably want to take the backdrop off. Escape. And use this one. Let me see. I think it looks better without the backdrop. Oh man, I just moved my thing. It's okay. I can move that. There it go. No, it looks better with the backdrop. Okay. So give me 1 second. Praise y'all that we did this. Okay. It'll be 1 second and then we going in. It's going to be a very good lesson. Crazy lesson. Y'all going to learn so much, bro. So much about the creation of religion and how this foundation and the craziness of how they really started this thing. When we find out how they really started this, oh my goodness, bro. I don't know, bro. I think we tripping with religion. I think we need to come out of her. For real. Like the Most High say in the scripture, I think we need to come out of her. I think y'all knew what he was talking about. The Most High. He said, come out of her, my people. Okay, so now I need to go to screenshots. Bang. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Bang. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. There it go. Now that's too big though, because that's 4 MB. So I need to go here, right? Grab my Canva. Bang. It'll take one. I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished. Right? Delete this one. Oh, I ain't gotta delete that one. I just gotta double click the one. Here we go. Double click screenshots. Double click the new one. Bang. Go back. Go here. Bang. Pull it. Make it small. So now I gotta make it a small enough file so that YouTube accepts it as a thumbnail. Control S. All right. And now I'm
Would you like me to say a prayer?
if you want to, yes, or it's fine.
Because you're not sharing screen. I'm not sure if you meant to.
No, I can't share this.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can say a prayer. I'm almost finished.
Okay, praise you. Praise the Most High. We are gathered here together, your children, all in each different corners of the world, scattered and spread out, but here, Ahayat, one in your presence. This is a day that is used for great evil. This is a day that is used for much transgression against your word and your will. We are all joined in this set apart space on this Shabbat day to acknowledge and give reverence to you, O Most High. We are so grateful and we are overjoyed by your presence and the overwhelming light that is in this house. We praise you, Most High, that there is nothing hallowed but your name, and all will come into your name. The name of the Most High is a strong tower, and the righteous do run into it and are safe. We are each safe and protected from the evils of this world as we walk in your light and walk the path back to you, dwelling in your presence always, thinking on your name, and having our whole armor on. And when we stumble, we get back up and we take up our bed and walk as we go apart in these days, as it begins the last of the days. Yakad's trouble is upon us. But in you we find rest, as this is the day of rest. And we just glory and reverence in you. We are lowered, humble, but we are wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, and forever basking in your light, in the evermost motion of your first estate. We stay in your presence, and we are overjoyed to have your way with us. We are your children, and may we do your will, to your desire, Most High. All glory and honor and praises to the Most High, Yah. Amen, Yah. Praise Yah.
I'm a Yah. Thank you, daughter of Yah. All right, everybody. 62 of us here on the live so far. All right, let's get this party started. I I multitask and I made a new thumbnail really quick, and it's up there. I think they accepted it. I see it showed up, and hopefully they just don't get mad at us for what we bringing out. I mean, all right, I should have thought of that. I should have titled it the first one. Did he create Christianity instead of this is who made a bold statement, right? I should have said asked it like a question. Did he? Right? They probably would have let that ride. All right. Oh, sorry. All right, let's go. Tonight, crazy work. Who created Christianity? Let's find out. We got to walk this down. All right, so now let's give a recap, a little quick recap. Hold on, let me do share screen. We about to go in now. Share screen, window, um, uh, bang. Okay, let's do this. I don't want to put the one that they didn't want up. I don't want to put that up. because that might get us. Let's let's act right. Let's get some act right, right? All right. So if they took that thumbnail down, I don't want to put that on the screen and have them next thing you know they block our video. They give me a strike or something. All right. So let's put the new one. This was the new one I just made. This who created, I don't know. Huh? This dude created Scooby Doo. All right. All right. So anyway, so the reason why it was titled This Who Created, or Did This Person Create Christianity? Because this is the deity known as Helen. Helen is a dude. It's not Helen of Troy. This is Helen. And these are his twins, his baby boys. Now, first of all, y'all can see what color Helen is, right? And his twins. Okay? And then it's between this one and the dude next to him, but they both blackety black. I actually think it's the dude next to him, but we'll do that. We'll do that another time, right? Because I'm like, hold up, I gotta be sure. But it's between these two, right? Now, so anyway, look at Helen or the other Helen, right? I'll show them both in a second, right? And this is a deity that the Hellenists followed. They later, this group of people called Hellenists, right? They later got termed an exonym by the Romans. Shout out to Donaya, shout out to Germany. And which was a slur, they called them Greeks because the Romans conquered the Graecos, the island of Graecos, and they called them Greeks. And that's how this group of people got this name Greek. But they never called themselves Greeks, and they never were Greeks. They were Hellenes. And their land was called Hellas. So what you call the land of Greece was called Hellas. And they were Hellenes, and they had the Hellenistic age. This is who they were. Now later the Romans, after they conquered them, called them a slur, right? Right. Now, and this is, shout out to Sister Shmaria, this is their deity. Y'all gonna find out oh, it's about to get nuts in a second. Really crazy. All right. So that's Helen. Let me show y'all the other picture, just because I have to always be astute in all of my breakdown and my learning. And so let me just click this one. I could show this one now. So I could close this one, close that, and then I could show this one, right? So it's between these two, but I think it's so let me stop share, right? And then we're about to get crazy in a second. This is going to be nuts. All right. I'm honestly telling you, this lesson is nuts. So y'all need to just hold on your seats, hold on to your seat belts. All right. Share screen. And y'all know we be showing the craziest stuff. So if I'm keep prefacing that this is going to be nuts, you know that this must going to be nuts. All right. So
Excuse me?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right. It is Kaya's birth today.
Okay, that's what I thought. Happy Earth Birth, Kaya. Happy Earth Birth to you, daughter of Yah. Happy Earth Birth. Kaya. May the Most High bless you on this day that you came down to put in this earth smoke. May you give reverence to our Father on this day that He allow you to breath to breathe the breath of life into your temple to come on down to the earth is wrong and try to clean and try to make it right. I know that's right. Shalom, Kaya. All right. Happy Earth Birth to you. All right. So I think this is Helen, if I'm correct. So it's between these two, but they both blackety black with woolly white hair, and but I think this this dude is Helen. I think this is the shepherd giving Helen his twins. So I had it wrong because if you look, it looks like he got the stick and he's holding the twins by the stick. And see, look, Helen got his hand on the staff, and his other hand is here, so it looked like he's handing the babies to him. All right. So I thought it was this one at first, but I think it's this dude. But either way, yeah, look, you see who this is? They all blackity black. Look at that black woman right there, right? Curly afros. Everybody got their afros. Look at her with her afro, right? And all that. All right. So anyway, so these are deities. Y'all gonna find out where this come from. All right. So anyway, one of these two dudes is Helen. All right. So Helen is a dude. And they're like, Helen? Yeah, Helen's a dude. All right. So let's go. Stop share. I just wanted to, y'all know, Unc. As I learn and do more research, I make sure that I try not to teach anything in error. So I'll do a lot of diligent research. And the revelation that's coming out tonight, crazy work. All right. And then it's going to lead all the way into the Romans later. Oh, boy, by when we finish this, y'all, this whole thing is a head blown emoji. Shout out to Judah Next in the building, right? All right. So now let's get started. It's going to get crazy. It's like 9:40, probably about 10:15. Give enough people to come into the live. About 10:15, I'm gonna let loose on the craziness. It's perfect for All Hallows Eve. We grew up, most of us grew up celebrating All Hallows Eve and spooky stuff. So yeah, some spooky stuff gonna come out. Right? All right, so let's go. Now, let me get started. Most people in the world believe that, let me see, where's my mic level at? All right, where's my mic level? Do my mic sound right? Check one. Mic is all right. It could be up a little bit. Most people, all right, most people, all right, I'll leave it at 50 for now because I shouldn't be getting loud. Most people in the world believe that Christianity, the religion, began with the Messiah. Most people in the world have the belief that the religion called Christianity began with the Hebrew Messiah. But the story begins long before Rome raised its temples of marble. The story begins in the shadows between different dark kingdoms. See, there was a time when the Hellenists, the kingdom of Hellenes, what they later the Romans called Greeks, right? When the Hellenists were in the Dark Ages. Before the Dark Ages that we know about of Europe, the Middle Ages, the Hellenes and the Mycenaeans went through a Dark Ages, all right? And before they crawled out of this Dark Ages to start worshiping the mind more than the creator, the maker, okay? The thought more than the Most High. The book of Daniel 7 says, he shall speak great words against the Most High and shall wear out the saints of the Most High and think to change times and laws. Daniel 7:25. So the manuscript, the history book of the original Hebrew people spoke that there will come a time that they will change times and laws. All right? All right? Now, the Hellenes rose from their dark ages. Y'all going to have the full understanding of that in a second. Let me get through my intro. The Hellenes, who later became the Greeks, rose from the ashes of the dark ages, hungry for knowledge. Okay? All they wanted was knowledge. They called it philosophia. Listen clear. Philosophia. All right. Philosophia. Philosophia, which meant love of wisdom, the love of knowledge. This is what became their deity. Philosophia. But their wisdom that they were seeking was wisdom of the flesh, not of the spirit, of admiration, of self, of argument, of art, of philosophy. They built gymnasiums for the worship of the body, the male body, to serve their gods who honored the seductive nature of the male body. And they built academies and classes in the gymnasium to serve the gods with their flesh and to train their mind for knowledge. But yet, the fear of the Creator is the beginning of wisdom. But this was a search for wisdom of the flesh. Proverbs 9 and 10 says the Yara, the fear, the respect of the Most High is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. So the Bible, the manuscript from the Hebrew says the fear of the Most High is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of being righteous is understanding. So from Athens of the Hellenist kingdom, right, which they came after the Macedonians, all the way to Alexandria, which they created conquering Kemet, ancient Kemet, what they later called Egyptiati, or whatever they say it in Greek, right? Their hunger for knowledge grew. They wanted to store and catalog the sciences, the philosophy, the knowledge, the history, the culture, the religion of every tongue, of every story, and of every god. And they created it in the Library of Alexandria and in all their temples. And in that obsession, they also, as gathering all the histories of all the world's cultures and practices and faiths and everything, they also reached toward the sacred scrolls of the Habarayah people, who at that time became a word Hebrew people. Their manuscript, their history book, all right? Their culture. And they also found a different section of this culture of the tribe of Judah from the city of Yahadiah, Judea, Yarashalam, Jerusalem. They were called Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way, coming out of the worship of the flesh of the Israelites with the law of Mashiach, Moses. Okay. And the new Mashiach, Messiah, who was born, his name was Yahweh Shai, or Yahweh HaMashiach, the Messiah. Yahweh Shai was his original name. And his name means the Most High is salvation. Yah saves, the path to salvation. All right? Now, they, in their grabbing the catalog of all the history's culture, they reached toward the scrolls of the Hebrews, Habariyahs, like they did every other culture. And so 72 Hebrew elders were summoned from Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, and taken to the island of Pharos. I got the island now. So the Hellenists, Ptolemy, king of Egypt, when the Hellenists, they weren't Greek till the Romans sacked them and called them that slur, until Philo II, the Ptolemy, he went and really did enslaved the 72 Habariyah elders and enslaved them on an island called Pharos, Pharos. He didn't take them to his kingdom in Alexandria. He put them on a separate island called Pharos for 72 days and made them transliterate their sacred scrolls into the Hellenist tongue. All right. Now, at that time, it was Koine Greek. We'll get to that in probably another lesson, right? Because we're gonna go way back, and we're about to get crazy in a second. But let me bring my intro to y'all. I'm tying it up, bringing the tie up, right? So they were ordered to translate the Holy Hebrew manuscripts into the Koine Greek tongue. And they called this work the Septuagint, which means the version of the 70, right? All right. Now, it began for them as a preservation. Understand, when the Hellenists did this, they weren't trying to create no religion called Christianity. They were preserving and hoarding all the cultures, practices of every nation on earth for monetary gain. They wanted this to be the center place for learning for the whole earth. This the Hellenistic kingdom who was conquering under this is where it started under Alexander the Greek, right? The Macedonian, all right? Now, but what began as preservation, kingdoms always edit. They edit anything that they acquire into their likeness. Okay? See, in any ancient text, as well as the Hebrew manuscripts, once the divine names and writings meet foreign language and grammar, then meanings start to get bent and twisted like reeds in the Nile Sea. You heard? The book of Jeremiah 23 says, you have perverted the words of the living Allah. Jeremiah 23, it warns. So Alexandria became the city of libraries, idols, mysteries, cults, city of culture, knowledge, all right, philosophies. It became the womb where scripture met philosophy. So the Hebrew word that was created, manifested by the Creator to breathe covenant, was now dissected like poetry. Truth was weighed by logic, not by obedience to the Most High. And for the first time, revelation was treated as literature. See, the ancient Habariyah prophets, the righteous ones, they wrote in Ashaya, fire, all right? Fire, breathing from the word of the Most High. But the scholars transliterated these spiritual fire word manifestations, revelations, they translated it into ink. So, but even throughout human hands touching the sacred manuscripts, the Most High still preserved his words through whispers. He allowed these kingdoms and empires to copy his words so that no nation on the face of the earth could claim ignorance. See, the Most High takes lemons and makes lemonade all the time. The Most High allows these things, but he uses them at the end always for his good, for glory, for the righteous, for the remnant who seeks righteousness. So as he let all these kingdoms, these dark empires, touch his word, he actually preserved his word and allowed his words so to spread through these sick tongues so no nation could claim ignorance. But he hid his full meaning. See, in mysteries and parables. You understand? That's why they asked the Messiah in the book of Matthew, why do you speak in parables and mysteries? Why don't you just, So the Most High hid the fullness from the prideful, the proud, the wicked. The book of Isaiah 29 says, the wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hidden. See, and then came Rome after Helen. Rome had a bronze heart, an iron fist. Rome was determined to conquer land, kingdoms, and all beliefs. The thing that the Hellenists, what the Romans called Greeks after they conquered them, what the Hellenists imagined, Rome enforced. Rome took Hellenist philosophy and forged it into laws. They took the religion and hammered it out into government. And by the 1st century, the Roman Empire ruled the known world. And by that time, even the words of the prophets were being recited in the courts of Caesar. But Rome had no interest at all in any type of humility. All it desired was unity through control. In that world, the followers of the Hebrew Messiah, the Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way, in this time, they walked. Men and women of the way walked out on the path, the Dalayat. The Gamayal walked along, living the covenant, living the word, not by creed. They went about trying to heal the sick, mentally, physically, and spiritually. They went about sharing the words of the Most High. And they served doing all of this under persecution of these empires. The actual followers of the way, they spoke the name of the Most High, his actual name of Yah. They kept his word, his law, and they loved the Amayat, the truth. But these kingdoms and empires fear anything that they cannot control. And faith cannot be owned or controlled. So Rome, when they went about, they did what empires always do. They branded the movement. They took this powerful movement because they saw that these people had no fear of them. They stood 10 toes down against the tribe of Judah that was following Babylonian Judaism and following those who wanted to follow the law, the Mosaic laws, like these wicked Hebrew Israelites out there on the street corners in these camps, right? Following the flesh, right? The followers of the way, the Tamadayan Hadalayat, okay, followed the Hebrew Messiah, Mashayat. They saw that within all the persecutions from their own, right, from the own tribe of Judah in Jerusalem and them following the law of Moses. These are the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the people. The Romans, they saw that, man, these dudes is the most fearless, what you call that word, obedient, faithful, loyal. That's the one I'm looking for. Loyal. And they seen the strength in it, right? So what Rome did, they took it like they do kingdoms, like they took everything else. And they branded the movement of the Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way, rebranded it, repackaged it, married it, merged it with all the Greco-Egyptian, Roman, all the gods and everything, and sold it back to the people as a religion. Acts 11:26 says, and the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch. See, they did not call themselves this. They didn't name themselves. They were called this exonym, labeled by outsiders, a derogatory word, the Romans. So from Antioch, this rebranding of the Tamadayan Hadalayat, the followers of the way, spread forth. And this Habariyah original faith of the remnant that was followers of the Messiah became a Greco-Roman system and religion. And later, they moved the day of rest, is today, the Shabbat, the seventh day, and moved it to the first day. They moved the festivals, the pagan, fallen angel, polytheistic festivals, right? And took the Most High's holy days, which were rooted in harvest and covenant, and they merged them and changed the dates. So they replaced the Most High's feast to worship of the sun. And a faith that was born in humility was dressed in crowns and robes and suits and traditions of men. But Colossians 2 said, beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit after the traditions of men. So tradition replaced truth and philosophy became what's known as theology. But still the Most High kept a remnant. He kept a remnant of his children hidden among the catacombs. hidden in the wilderness, in the deserts, in the forests. There were always voices who refused to bow down to this new religious world order. They actually read the actual Hebrew manuscripts text in secret. They spoke the ancient name of Yah when the world was calling on the Lord God. And they guarded the promise that the Messiah came to restore, not to Romanize. The book of Malachi 3 says, "For I am Yah, I change not." The Most High never traded covenant for culture, ever, ever, ever. So you look around today and all you see is the pattern continuing. Empire still markets faith, selling it. It's for sale. Scripture still bends beneath translation and politics, but the same spirit that breathed through the ancient prophets still searches for the hearts that love truth over tradition of men, the remnant. 2 Corinthians 3 says, "Where the spirit of the Most High Yah is, there is liberty." See, liberty is not the license to sin, but real freedom, liberty, is the freedom from deception, from lies. The question is not whether Christianity has some truth in it, for the truth is going to echo no matter where, but you have to decipher through the lies. See, the form we inherited reflects, in the pages, reflects the life that the Messiah truly lived. But you would have to come out of the doctrine of men religion and put it down and see faith, the truth. Do we walk in the way, the dalayat of the Messiah? Or do we worship the image that the kingdoms, the empires of Rome and Hellenes and Greek delivered us? Do we follow commandments or do we follow customs? Do we call on our Father by his name, as the Bible says, thousands, hundreds and hundreds of times? My people who are called by my name, say my name forever, speak it loud. Do we call our Abba, our Creator, our Father by his name or by titles? God, the Lord. See what these conquerors created and manifested. The book of John 4 says, "The true worshiper shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth." In spirit, because flesh corrupts, and in truth, because traditions deceive. So, tonight, as you all listen and learn in this teaching, history is not your enemy. Actually, it can look like history is so bad that it's the enemy of the people, but history is not our actual enemy. History is our mirror. See, what began with 72 elders scribing on the island of Pharos in Egypt still shapes the pulpits and the pews today. What Rome decreed in its councils still echoes in the calendars and the creeds of religion today. The prophecy of Daniel was not ancient news. It's actually a living reality. When the book of Daniel say, "They shall change times and laws." And yet the law of the Most High still beats beneath every translation that they try to transliterate, waiting for the hearts of the righteous remnant willing to hear the original heartbeat of the Father. You heard? This message is not to condemn believers, but to awaken those who are seeking the truth. The goal is not for rebellion, but revelation. To remember that before these religions, there was a relationship with the Most High. Before the councils, there was a covenant with the Most High. Before the churches in Circe, there was the way, the Dalayat. There was Tamadayah, Hadalayat, the followers of the way of the Messiah, and that way is to the Father. Psalms 119 says, "Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgment endureth forever." So we're going to peel back tonight centuries past Constantine's crown, past the councils of Nicaea and the creeds, until only the dust of the true word of the Most High remains. Right? Now, the book of Matthew says, think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I'm not come to destroy, but to fulfill. That's what the Messiah said. He came to fulfill, not to replace. Now, the spirit of that Habariah teacher, that set apart man walking barefoot through the valleys, through Samaria, walking on through, speaking the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The kingdom is within the Messiah. That was the beginning. And that truth didn't have a brand to it. It was the truth. See, now the Rayat, the Holy Spirit, is speaking and calling us again, calling a new generation of children to return to the true roots of the original Habariah, not the Greek, not the Roman, but the set apart, holy, righteous, to read the word beyond translation and transliteration, for us to live beyond doctrine, to know the Creator, the Most High, beyond the labels that these kingdoms gave us. Revelation 18 says, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins. For the deception was foretold, but so was the reawakening. The same prophecy that warned of the changing of times and laws in the book of Daniel also promised the rise of those who would keep and seek the Most High in spirit and truth and hold on to the testimony. And the Bible says when this remnant stands, when they stand 10 toes down in the truth, ancient, untamed, unedited, the truth will live again. All right, let's go. It's 10 o'clock. I let an hour go. Let's get to the crazy. All right, here we go. I'm going to start with where I'm going to start. Father, give me the wisdom to walk this out. Let me start with, okay, since we showed, let's do that. We showed Helen, right? We showed Helen, that's on the screen, right? Now, how we get this started? Because we're going to go to who the Helens was. So last time we showed Helen. Now this was the ancient vase, right? So let me do this. Let's do this. Let's get going because it's about to get crazy in a second. All right, we're about to get in. All right. So now let me come back. Where's the vase? There, right? I'm gonna click that, and then I'm gonna come back to y'all. Let's go, y'all. Put this together for me, Father. Share screen, right? Window, bang, share. All right. Now this is all history, right? So this is the ancient Helen, bottom center right, being presented with his twins Alias and Boetius by a shepherd. All right. This is the story of the depiction of Melpomene from Euripes. All right. All right, now look, this is a vase, right? So this is the ancient Mycenaean. This is called the island of Crete, all right? This is where this group of people, they were white people, Japhetic, and they came as nomadic people were traveling at this time toward the islands of the Aegean Sea called the island of Crete. It was a Cycladic island first, and then the Minoan civilization took over after the Cycladic, and then the Mycenaeans took over after the Minoans. These are the Mycenaeans, okay? These. So when you look at them, these were black people, all right? And this is Helen's. I think this is Helen's, and this is the shepherd. I think he's giving his babies, right? Because it says to the right, all right? Look at the sister. See, with the afro. You see? Look at the sister with the afro, right? And these are their gods. So what I need y'all to understand is the ancient Mycenaeans, the ancient Minoans, the ancient Cycladic, these were polytheistic, like ancient Sumer and stuff. And they served all these different gods, right? So these are this like a depiction. That's why you see they got wings and flying horses, and this is Helen's. It's supposed to be like deities, right? So this is the black king. So you see she got the this whatever this is with the wings, right? And this one got a harp, whatever musical harp type of thing, right? So these are, and look, black with pearls. These are all blacks, okay? Masanea. And this is supposed to be another queen. See the afro, black woman, right? And they served the mother goddess too, the snake goddess, woman worship. Okay, that's why you see a lot of the woman, right? But look up here. You see, hold on, let me make sure. What do y'all see? I don't want the thing to be covering it. Okay, let me take this off for now. I don't want that to be covered. I gotta remember to do that. I want that to cover anything, right? So let me go back to here. All right, so look at this. So at the top of the vase, you see, that's clearly blonde hair, white skin, but it has horns. And now you all said that's probably the god Pan. And I'm like, you're correct. They probably didn't call it Pan, but Pan is a god. So look at the other side. White, blonde hair, and it got horns, right? So these are gods, deities, right? And that's just showing, you see this? Black face, black hair, okay? So if this was a white person, then they would make them white, okay? So this is the Mycenaean kingdom, right? And whites were there. So this group of people, all right, so now, and then this is the god Hellens, which later what these people will be called Greeks. They serve this god. But y'all going to have the full understanding tonight. Full understanding. All right. So now I'm going to, well, we about to go in. All right. So, but we got to go in because we got to understand where these so-called Greeks people and their culture came from. Because later they became like a culture of Didion. Their gods were about Didion. All right. Now, in this Mycenaean culture, let's continue. Where I'm going to go? Let me go. I'm going to go here. Let's go. Do I want to do that first? Let me see. What did I write? Recap. Okay, good. First show some of what they served. All right, let's do that. All right. So I'm going to stop sharing that. And then I'm going to come back to y'all. Right. And then, so when I go into the craziness, y'all, we walked it into the craziness, right? Share screen, window, bang, share. So this is what the Minoans served on the island of Crete, right? 2 Minoan snake goddess figurines were excavated in the Minoan palace. Now remember, these are blacks. I just showed you on the vase, right? That's the Mycenaean, came from the Minoan. It's the island of Crete, right? You see how they said in the Greek island of Crete? There was no such thing as Greek in the Minoan palace, okay? The Greeks came about after the Hellenists conquered Egypt, and then the Romans later conquered them and named them Greek. But this is how they write history, and this is why they confuse people. So they whitewash stuff. This should say, the true way that this should say is two Minoan snake goddess figurines were excavated in 1903 in the Minoan palace at Knossos in the Mycenaean island of Crete. But they know the Mycenaeans were black, so they're trying to whitewash, as they always do. No disrespect, it's just facts, right? So, because this is horrible exegy, horrible linguistics. There was no such thing as Greek, so why would you say this? You don't dumb it down to people. You would say Mycenaeans, because before they was Greek, they was Demos. They was the Demoi people, a clan, the Demo people, where you get demolition. Then, when the tribe of Dan conquered them, they became the Philae, a tribe. Then later they became Hellenists after their dark ages, following the god Helen, which you're going to see. Then later, after they conquered the whole world, the Hellenistic kingdom, when the Romans conquered Egypt under the Ptolemies, the Romans called them Greek. So why would you? And that's all they do. Everything Greek. It's to brainwash. Actually, it's to replace the true history, right? So now, this is 2 Minoan snake goddess figurines, right? On the palace, kingdoms, black people's kingdoms are Nasis, right? And when we showed this already, when you scroll in to the goddesses, look at the face. Okay? So as they try to erase it, we going somewhere. I know we did this. I'm tying it up so when we get to expose y'all, what y'all about to find out is gonna be crazy. So y'all just listen, buckle up, and learn. All right? Now listen. Thank you, Delasha. Now look at the face. Look at the nose. Look at the lips. That's a clear black woman, right? And this mother worship, God worship, they always have their boobs out, right? Which the kingdoms worship on Mycenae, Crete, right? That's one snake goddess with the long dress with the cinch waist. And look at the other statue of the snake goddess, right? She got this the owl on her head. Look at the face. Look at the nose. Look at the lips. Okay? Clearly, black woman, right? Boobs out, snakes in her hand, cinch waist, long dress, right? These are the Minoans and the Mycenaeans. This is the island of Crete, where this clan called the Demoi actually came and got received, okay, by this culture of people. And the Demoi, which would later become the Greeks, served this mother goddess. They served before they created all this Zeus and all these deity gods. They served this. And I'm going to explain how they got their gods. What you're going to learn tonight, how they went from serving this mother goddess, right? And how they started serving these Titans and Olympians and Zeus and Athena and Nike and where they get all these deity gods? Okay? All right. Now, you're going to have it all. It's going to be a very amazing lesson. I'm so thankful for the Father to allow me to uncover, and it takes hours and hours and hours of research and study and removing layers and layers and layers, because you got to keep digging through ancient books and manuscript and scrolls, and you got to keep going because they change stuff it's just made the Most High God. All right. Now, so this is okay. So now, hold on. Let me just scroll through these. So this is another image of her. Look. Now you can see her real close. Look. Real close. Look at the nose. Look at the lips. Right? And that's a snake. Look like a snake on the head, on the top of that's the other one. Snake on top of the head. Detail of a larger Gnosis figure. All right? The kingdom of Gnosis. All right? Now y'all see that's black woman, right? Let's continue. Those are the two Minoan snake goddesses. 1600 BC. These are in the Herculean Archaeological Museum in Crete. Okay? So they know. Look. See that face? They know who these people were. Look at this face. Look at that nose. Look at those. Look at the lips. Okay? With the snakes. We're not saying this is righteous. This is just history. And I'm doing this because this is where the Hellenists come from. Okay? They were serving the Hellenists. Before they was Hellenists, the Philean and the Demoi, they were serving these. These are a white group of people who became Greeks later. All right, let's continue. This is another Minoan terracotta votive holding snake of snakes. Right? Another terracotta. This is a bronze Minoan figure in Berlin with either snakes or tresses of hair, probably locks. See the boob out? See the naked boob? And it's supposed to have, they said tresses is probably locks and probably a snake on the head. Right? This is what they said. See the cinch waist, the dress, the long dress? Look at this. See, so I put, they got websites and stuff, right? Yes, mind you, Medusa. So look at this. So ignore the curses. This is some people's websites. Just some white people. The Minoan snake goddess. Who is she? We have no idea. She might have been a household god because we keep finding statues of her in the remains of people's houses. But unfortunately, none of them are labeled, so she could also be anything from the ruler of the Minoan pantheon to the ancient Cretan equivalent of Kim Kardashian. We just don't know. But look at her. There's a woman who does what you want, and just doesn't give any FUCKs at all about what the patriarchy thinks. See, this is one of these websites, right? That's probably a feminist website, right? What men hate it when you dual wield your snakes and put a cat owl on your head. Definitely one to go out with if you want to drink espresso martinis and reveal in your misandry to get. Oh, this is definitely a feminist website, right? So they're promoting that this is power, right? Snake goddess. All right. So I do things 'cause I want you to understand this is known through scholarship, through antiquity, through archaeology. These things are known. And these people, these are clearly black. All right. Let's continue. I just want to go through this. This is a real live video. This in Kissimmee. Right? This is funny. I'm like, I need to take a picture of this. Right? The Hispanics, they in the corner, and this sign tripped me out. It said, "Talk to me again, Jesus." And when I looked at the sign, I said, "Talk to me again." I'm like, well, what did you do to make him not talk to you, right? Right? Because the Hispanics they sold out to Roman Catholicism and this Jesus and Christianity stuff, right? But we got to come out of this. But anyway, I took a picture of this. This ain't got nothing to do with tonight's lesson. It's just in my screenshots, right? Because I'm like, talk to me again. I'm like, well, what did you do that he stopped talking to you, right? But anyway, let's continue. That's just funny to me. All right, so that's the vase of Helens. Let me just go through these. That's Circe, who became the church, offering up her cup of iniquity. Right, that's the Romans. That's where we got the word church from. That's the Romans. This is her, right? And her cup of spells and potions. She got her Molly and all her drugs in this cup, pharmakeia. This is the Greek. All right, we'll get to that later. The hieroglyphs. I'll get to that. Let me just scroll through these. I just want to. Right? This is the lion gate at Mycenae. This is another entrance to the city with the snake goddess. You see that thing, that big metal thing that shuts you in the gate? It's crazy work, right? It's look like two lions at the top, right? It's the lion's gate at Mycenae. This is the Black Kingdom, right? We'll get to that. Oh, look at this. This is another find I found. It is, look at this. Finds from an early geometric cremation burial of a pregnant wealthy woman, all right, from ancient Angora. All right, this is the Aegean Sea. This is the Aegean. Look what they have: gold finger rings, right? Gold bands, fingers and bracelets, gold, right? And look at the earrings, daughters of Yah. These are gold earrings hanging from the ear. Y'all already know, this is a good find. Gold finger rings, 20 pair of gold earrings with trapezoid endings. Number 20. Sorry, not 20 pair. 20 is a pair of gold earrings with trapezoids at the bottom. And 17 to 19 is gold finger rings. And 14 to 16 is gold finger rings, broad finger rings. All right? And y'all know who wear all that gold. Y'all, we still do it today. Okay? Now, this is again, as they try to say, right? And this is at the ancient Agora Museum in Athens, as they try to replace the so-called blacks people's history, the melanated peoples, and say we didn't have no kingdom, we didn't have nothing. As you keep uncovering, all of the truth comes out. Okay? Yeah, so-called black. The reason why we're doing black, Sister Deb, is because this is a modern terminology, right? So it's like they call people Greeks. We call them Greek. They call people Christians. We call them Christian, right? They call people white, right? They're not white. But this is a new term, so I'm speaking the language. We know that we are the original seed. Some they call them copper colored. They call them negro. They call them Afro-Asiatic. Further back than that, Afro from the Afro region. They call them Cometian. They call them Nubians. Right. So we say so-called blacks. All right, because we speak in the language of the land. All right, where we at in the time. All right. So now let me continue. So this, again, is an ancient find. All right, let me continue. All right, so This is going to come out. So this is the island of Crete. This is that kingdom of Gnosis right here. This is where that snake goddess, these palaces. This is Crete, all right? It's that small. This is Mycenae, right? This is where this group that later became the Greeks, this white clan called the Demor, they landed here, right? And then they migrated to here. And here is where the Minoans and the Mycenaeans ruled these, right? And then the tribe of Dan conquered the Demoi people and taught them warfare and mixed their seed with them, right? I'll show you that in a second, but we're going to get to the crazy breakdown, then I might double back, right? Because it's almost 10:30, so I'm about to get to it now. I just wanted to give y'all some type of, so when y'all, all right, let me just continue. Now, shout out to One True Sky. Now, then this kingdom fell and it went through a dark ages. After it, the Phoenicians came to this island, the blacks, Mycenaeans, fled during this dark ages. And they weren't Hellenists then. The Philae people, they were left. The so-called whites who would later become the Greeks, they were the ones left on Mycenae and Cretan islands, the Knossos. And they had tribes. Then the Phoenicians made their way. And the Phoenicians brought them out of the dark ages. I'm going to show you. They went into a dark ages where they lost all writing. They went savage. And in that time, they started to males smash males. They started to men with, they started to go real savage after coming out of the civilization from the Mycenaeans, who it was a form of civilization, but it was polytheistic. They worshiped the mother snake goddesses and these other gods and goddesses. But they weren't doing the Diddy stuff, okay? They went savage on these islands. Later, the Phoenicians came, and the Phoenicians taught them these other gods. And this is when they learned the god Helen. And we're going to get there. I'm going to show you. I'm going to break it down. I'm doing my intro, and I'm going to show y'all this stuff, right? So this map right here, right? And then up here is what you would call Rome. Before it was Rome, all right? And, all right, so now this map says Mycenaean, see it? Greece. It wasn't Greece. It's Helen. But it was all Mycenaean before they became Helen. So the green is the Mycenaean. The blue is the Hittites empire. The orange was the new kingdom of Egypt. All right? All right. And then the pink is the area of conflict between the Hittites and Egypt. All right? Now, it's before it became Egypt. So now, the blue Hittites, that's Hattis. Okay? This is Tarshish. Look where this is. Y'all know what this is? That's Gaza. This Jerusalem right here. Y'all listen clearly. This is Memphis, Ramses. So this is when the later Hellenists conquered, they called this Alexandria. This became Alexandria. It was ancient Ramses, all right, from the Kemet. But the Persians conquered them. I'm going to teach y'all. Y'all let me walk it. I'm going to show y'all everything. Y'all going to learn through this series. Y'all going to have the complete history of how the Bible was written, how Christianity was created, what they did, how the Greeks, how the Romans, how they all came about, how they got civilized, how they got their language, how they got their gods, how they got their culture, all facts. And I'm going to show you with their history stuff. I got all the receipts coming. Let me walk this down. So this right here became Alexandria later, right? And right here is Gaza, where they over there now in that land, right? Jerusalem is right here, right? And when they went to get the 72 Hebrew elders, this is how close it was. Remember I told you they didn't go far. It's that close. All right? Remember, Mashiach walked into Egypt. You see? It's that simple. This is the Red Sea. Okay? That's it right here, the Red Sea. Moses crossed across and all that. All right? Now, look what's right here. Y'all learned from the last study. Byblos. This is the ancient Phoenician kingdom city, Byblos. This is where they get Biblia. This is where the word Bible comes from the Hellenists. Biblia, Biblios. Remember on the last study. Look at this city of Kadesh. This is Ugarit. All right? Tarshish. All right? These are the ancient. All right? This was the city of Troy. All right? Now this is the Aegean Sea. This Thebes, let me explain. This is the original Thebes of Mycenaean. It wasn't no Thebes in Egypt. You know how now they got the city of Thebes? Because when the Hellenists conquered Egypt, they named it. They named Alexandria. They named the city of Thebes. There was no Thebes in Kemet. It was in Mycenae. All right? Now, let's continue. Now, this is the Sea Peoples. All right, so the red is where the Sea People, including Lucca, Sheridan, Weshes, attacked unsuccessfully Egypt in the red. The blue is where the Sea People, including the Peliset, Shekes, Danaan. This is the tribe of Dan right here. See that Dinian? You're going to find out that the of King Tut and Ramses and Atmosis, they called them Danyan, Dayan, Danayans, Danayoy. It's the tribe of Dan. Attacked. These are the Sea People, not seafaring people. They had civilizations that were seafaring people, people who traveled by boats. But they had these group of people that became what they called the Sea People, and all kingdoms were scared of them. And the tribe of Dan was one of them. The Peliset, the Shekelesh, the tribe of Dan, the Lucca, the Sheridan, the Weshesh. Y'all going to find out who the Lucca. And they were attacking this. Look, they destroyed settlements in Syria and Cyprus. All right? The Mycenaean Greek, well, it's not Greece, Mycenaeans subjected to widespread destruction. This is why they went through a dark ages, because the Sea People went and conquered them and destroyed them all. They were just like savage, like Vikings. They were, not Vikings, but we know the word Vikings. These were blacks. All right. Dan was one of these tribes. So everywhere you see in the red, that's destroyed cities. So they destroyed Knossos, they destroyed Kardane, they destroyed Mycenae, Thebes, they destroyed Troy. Look what they destroyed. Chittim, that's Chittim. No, that's Kidion. Chittim is up there. They destroyed, look, Jerusalem, all these dots. Byblos, the Phoenician kingdom, Kadesh, Ugarit. All right? Now, I'm showing y'all this. Look, it says this what this map is. Map of the late Bronze Age collapse. So this was the Dark Ages that they don't teach you about. Now, when the Sea People destroyed the Mycenaeans, the blacks that was doing the snake goddess, when they destroyed it, all the blacks in this area, which is now called Greece, right? This area, this black kingdom, they fled. They fled Mycenae and Crete. They bounced, they left, and they just dispersed through, fleeing from the Sea People. The only people who stayed was the Philaean, the Philae. That's who the tribe of Dan actually came earlier and made it with these whites who later would become the Greek. They were the Demoi clan, and he taught them warfare, tribal customs, bartering, maritime trade, and all of that stuff. He civilized them. Dan, well, they weren't that uncivilized, but he brought them into more modern warfare tactics. They became very militant after Dan. Then Dan packed up, bounced, and went on his way, seafaring. But that's Dan's descendants. They stayed, and they're mixed. That's why I'm going to show y'all. I showed you on the last one, they mixed black and white. They got long locks and all that type of stuff. This was the island of Knossos, right? So they was serving the snake, the mother goddesses and stuff. But Dan taught them, when Dan came, taught them other polytheistic gods. Dan served many gods, taught them all these other different gods of the ancient kingdoms, right? Sumerians, Akkadians, all that type of stuff, right? Now, these people, they're a white group, a mixed group, they stayed. So these islands was all theirs. They were Mycenaeans. They stayed. So later they would, and then this was the Dark Ages. I'm gonna show y'all. They went through 400 years on these islands of Dark Ages, right? And the whole Aegean, this whole area went through a Dark Ages. That's what this is. Invasion, migrations, 1200 BC, all right? So they was, look, Mycenaeans subject to widespread destruction. Troy and Hittite cities were destroyed, possibly by populations coming from, not the Phrygians. Phrygians were part of them too, but it was the sea people, all right? And they attacked, and they kept attacking Egypt, and that's why we got a description of them, because Amenhotep described these Danaans. They call them Denians, Danans, and all that, right? And they drew them on the hieroglyphs, Egypt, because they didn't conquer Egypt. They kept trying. So they drew them, and they all blocked, right? I showed you on the other one, but let's get there. All right, shout out to Wayne Williams, right? I'm breaking this down because where we're going, you're going to have so much understand. This is going to all fill in. Let me do these pieces, because when I show you the things I'm going to show y'all, all these images, all these receipts, then you can remember, okay, now you got a visual of what's going on, right? So, all right, so now this was the conquering, and this led to a Dark Ages. 400 years, almost 400 years, they was in this Dark Ages. So when the Phoenicians came to this island, it was only the Philae, white mixture of tribe of Dan and the white Japheth, right? Mixture of Shem and Japheth, all right? And they were still following the snake goddesses of the Mycenaeans, but they was like savage at that point. It was crazy. It went through a Dark Ages. They lost all forms of literature, writing, everything, civilization. The Phoenicians came and started to teach them, civilize them, and bring them out. This is when they started to make the linear, they went from the linear, so they had the linear B script under the Mycenaeans. Linear A was under the Minoans. So this was the Minoan kingdom before the Mycenaeans. These are blocks. So after the Mycenaean fell, linear B left, all writing left. Linear B was a syllabic script. Linear A was an abjad, only consonants. Okay? Linear B introduced syllabic, so it had vowels mixed with the consonants. So the Philae people, which later be the Egyptians, they got taught writings under the Mycenaeans under Linear B. But when the Sea people destroyed this whole region, the Aegean region, all civilization, all the writing script left. There was no writing. It went to savagery. So the Linear B script was gone. So when the Phoenicians came, the Philae people, which would later be the Egypt, under Dan, who used to have Linear B, they had no more writing system. They would speak and they would talk the old snake goddess culture, but they went savage. Phoenicians, the Phoenicians brought them out of savagery back into civilization and gave them their writing script. The Phoenicians was an abjad writing script. And so they created an alphabet, these Philae people, and the Phoenicians taught them these ancient gods. And this is where they learned the god of Helen. All right. So I wanted to do this because I'm going to show y'all all of this, right? You saw the vase of it. I'm going to show y'all all these receipts, but now y'all have a blueprint of understanding, and I'm going to break everything down and show y'all. But I wanted to give y'all a basis to follow, a timeline, so y'all can see. And then I'm going to show y'all the receipts and y'all can see like, wow, okay, I can see, okay, right. So now listen. Now, when the Phoenicians brought them into civilization, they adopted the Phoenician writing system, right? An abjad system, all consonants, because every Shemitic group of language, Afroasiatic, was all consonants. Sumer, Acadia, Acadia was the first to make vowels, but not syllabic, okay? They was the first to put the U, the Acadia, right? But all the original H's, the Habariyah, original Hebrews, all consonantal. No, they were all abjads, not abjugita. Abjugita is when you mix the the vowels with the consonants. So the Philae, who later now took on the god Hellenes from the Phoenicians, took the Phoenician writing system that they taught them and they added vowels. All right? And this became the first technical alphabetic language, true alphabetic with vowels, syllables, and consonants, vowels and consonants. And this became what they say now is the Greek alphabet. Before Koine Greek, but there was no Greek, they were Hellenists. So it's the Hellenist alphabet. But history would be saying the Greek alphabet. You got to remember, there was no Greek until the Romans later, that's slur, all right? So it's a Phoenician abjugita. This is when they took on the god Helen. And I'm going to show y'all. Right? And then they started to grow. And then they started to conquer in Helen, in the name of Helen. All right. Now, I want y'all to see this and get that understanding, because now what I show y'all and I walk it down and show y'all all the receipts, you have a timeline and an understanding. All right. So remember the Dark Ages. Now y'all got all these images, right? All right. So let me continue. Let me do this. Here we go. So look, a new writer system. By the beginning of the 8th century, a new Hellenist alphabet, it's not Greek, was adopted from the Phoenician alphabet by a Philae, because this before they became Hellenists from the Phoenician. So when the Phoenician got there was no such Greek. That's Roman. They were not Hellen, they were Philae, the Philaean people. They were a tribe from the tribe of Dan. They were no longer a clan. When they first got there, they were the clan of Demo, where they get the word demolition from. The Demo clan. Dan conquered them, mixed the seed with them, taught them materialistic bartering, trading, and tribal, and they started to make tribes instead of clans. And they became the Philae or the Philae people. All right. So when the Phoenicians got there, they was in the Dark Ages. So it says, so I'm going to do this correct because they keep putting Greek. By the beginning of the 8th century, a new Hellenistic alphabet system was adopted from the Phoenician alphabet. Who was the Phoenicians? Oh, this is not my, we'll do that later. I thought this is my screenshot. I thought this was the actual page. So when you click on the page, it breaks it down, right? So anyway, a new Hellenistic alphabet system was adopted from the Phoenician alphabet by Philae people with first-hand experience of it. The Philae adopted the abjad used to write Phoenician. Abjad script is a consonantal script, no vowels at all. Like our original Habariyah, Hebrew, no vowels. That's Canaanite. Fallen angel. Sorry, not sorry. Let's continue. The Greeks adopted the abjad. Well, the Philaean adopted the abjad used to write Phoenician. Well, now they became Hellenes, so I can say the Hellenes. The Hellenes adopted the abjad used to write Phoenician, which is a Shemitic language used by the Phoenicians, notably introducing characters for vowel sounds, okay? And thereby creating the first truly alphabetic writing system. So the Hellenists took the Phoenicians and introduced characters for vowel sounds. All right. The new alphabet quickly spread throughout the Mediterranean and was used to write not only the later Hellenists and Greek language, but also Frisian and other language. These are the Indo-European, these Frisians. These are whites. They're one of the white conquerors, right? One of the conquerors. And other languages in the Eastern Mediterranean. As Hellenes sent out colonies west towards Sicily and Italy, the influence of their new alphabet extended further. This is what they call the Greek alphabet. It's actually the Hellen alphabet. All right. So now let's continue. Inscriptions into the Hellenistic era. All right. So let's continue. I don't even want to look at this. This is some of their pottery. Now look at how this is how they whitewash our history. I showed you the image of Helen that's drawn on the vase. I'm going to show you the pottery. I'm going to show you the Egyptians. I'm going to show you everybody who drew them. Look how they whitewash. Now, this is now supposed to be Helen. Does that look anything like that dude with the white? It's crazy. Remember, they said Mashiach hair was white like wool. And what do they draw him as? Right? Some straight hair, not white. So you seen Helen and the shepherd giving them his twin black babies on the vase. This is pottery. This is the artwork over there on the island of Crete today in the museums, right? This is how they whitewash history. So now if you go to look for Helen's, they're going to show you this. That's why the Most High have me go study. And it's all in, praise Yah, it's all in the frescoes, paintings, the reliefs, the artifacts, the figurines, the hieroglyphs. It's all in the caves, the writings. You see? So this is what now they're telling you Helen looked like. So the Greeks followed this. Wrong. Now look what it says. It says Helen in Greek mythology was the person from which all Hellenes, this is true, Greeks, were descended. This is what they believe. They created this, right? The Philines. We're going to, under the Phoenicians, y'all going to have this full understanding. They were descended. He was the son of Deucalion and Pyrrha. The brother was Aphicton, and he had 3 sons from whom the Greek tribes originated. Yes, the Hellenistic tribes originated. Aeolus, these are the 3 sons of Helen. Aeolus was the progenitor of the Aeolians, Doris, the progenitor of the Dorians, and Euthus. Euthus had 2 sons, Achaeus and Ion. That's the Ionians, all right, and the Achaeans, and the progenitor of the Achaeans. All right, now watch this. This is true. Now let me go back. Not that. Oh, so I didn't get there yet. Hold on, let me see. Nope, I didn't get there yet. Okay, I'll show y'all. That's another map. All right, so y'all gonna understand. Look, Ionian Sea. See? The Ionians. Y'all going to find out the Dorians, the Ionians, the Achaeans, right? That's, all right. So, but anyway, I'm showing you because I want you to understand this is the whitewash. So this is why they're trying to show you who Helen's is. That's why I showed you who Helen, that's Helen on the thumbnail, all right? Helens, those are the Macedonians, who these Helens got their civilization from, all right? And then they went into dark ages from the sea people, and then the Phoenicians came, another black Canaanite or black polytheistic nation, and civilized them again. And this is when they got their god Helen, right? So the Dorians, Ionians, and Achaeans, right? Through Euthus. So he had 3 sons. Now this is supposed to be Noah's Ark. See, y'all gonna learn y'all just listen clear. Y'all gonna learn a lot tonight. This is supposed to be Noah. Hela is Noah according to the Hellenes. And he had 3 sons. This is supposed to be Ham, Shem, and Japheth, his 3 sons. Aeolus, Doris, and Zuthus. Doris is supposed to be Shem. I'm going to show y'all. Boy, y'all, I hope y'all ready to learn. Yes, be ready to learn. Some people doing stuff in the chat. No, all that teach. What are y'all doing? I'm not gonna have patience for this foolishness tonight. No teacher, just listen. All right, don't. All right, I'm putting too much work for the Most High to bring all this out. For y'all to come to sit down and learn something. You got all the other days of the week to sit down there and try to do your Instagram now. Study, show yourself approved. Show all receipts. This is the Noah. This is Noah. This is the flood. Helen. This is where the Hellenists, what became the Greek. These people created the Septuagint. All right, we going somewhere. All right, let's continue. All right, so now y'all seen what Helen looked like. Now this is the whitewash of Helen. All right, and now y'all gonna see the Dorians, all the Ionians. Y'all gonna understand. all of this is going to make all the sense in the world later. As we break this down and y'all know these places, then y'all going to see them on the map. Y'all going to see the people. Now y'all going to know where they come from. How did these things get started? Who are these people? And where did these myths and where this come from? All right, let's continue. So now this is the whitewash of Helen. Now let's go to what's next. Who was Helen? Helen in Greek mythology was the person from which all Helens, Greeks, were descended. He was the son of Deculian and Pyrrha. Y'all gonna know who they was. And his brother was Amphictyon. The parents of Helen were Deculian and Pyrrha. Y'all know who that is later, because we're gonna show. Now this is, I showed that last time. This is the Mycenaean kingdom on Knossos. Remember, I showed you the city. The red Knossos was the palace. That's where the snake goddess. Remember the long dresses with the cinch waist, right? And their boobs is out in the front. That's the snake goddess that they worship. The Mycenaeans, all right? So the Philae is where they got their civilization, what later became the Greeks. So this is the mostly reconstructed camp stool fresco right now on the island of Crete in their museums, right? Look at the locks. We did this on the other one, but I'm going somewhere, right? I just need to lay the foundation because what about to be exposed is crazy, right? Look at the locks, right? And see their hair's kind of wavy straight, but locks because they mixed, all right? There's a lot of mixture on the island. This is the bull leaper from Knossos, right? I did this last time, an actual figurine in the museum. The Heracleon Archaeological Museum in Crete today. And look at his face. Okay? Look at the nose. Look at the lips. All right? We ain't making up nothing. Okay? I'm doing this because you're going to understand where these Greeks come from and the Hellenes and when they conquered and all of this, where Christianity started. Here we go again. Who started Christianity? All right. Now, anybody know that the Christian Bible, the New Testament, was Septuagint, written in Greek from the Ptolemies, from the Egyptians, enslaving 72 Hebrew elders. All right. So we going there. All right. So, but we got to go back to go forward. Right. So this was their practice of bull leaping. Right. So now, here we go. Look at that. This is a Mycenaean bull leaper on the island of Crete. Okay? All right. Now, let's continue. This is a restored Minoan house found in Achanes. So now it's called Achanes now because that's from the Hellen son Achaean, right? But this is what our ancestor, Minoans black, was building for their houses. Look at the columns. But this was a time, I'm going to show y'all what the other civilization were living in, really huts and stuff. I ain't trying to be no disrespect, but I'm going to show y'all. We had stone building, columns. Egypt did, Kemet did as well. These are other so-called black civilizations, right? And I'm not doing this let's just bring history. Let's just continue. Shalom Menahem ben Yehuda. Now, this is the fresco from the temple of the palace at Knossos, Crete, showing Minoan architecture. The Mycenaean. This is their palace inside the temple. Now, remember the snake goddess, what they worship. I did this last time, but I'm just doing this. Now, remember the snake goddess with the boobs out, right? So in the temple, they got long dresses, cinch waist, and their boobs out, and locks. And these are whites. And for some reason, it's only whites. So maybe there's some type of temple servants or something. I don't know why it's only. But look, all the boobs. No, we're not trying to be rated R or nothing. It's just look at the dress, cinch waist, long, locks, boobs out. That's the snake goddess. Now remember, we showed the snake goddess. So they're serving that snake goddess, which was a clear black with the big nose and the big lips. You seen it, right? So look at the dresses. Long Kadesh dresses, cinch waist, all straight boobs. It was boob village. It was a mother goddess worship. Okay? And this is in the temple, right? And in this picture, it's all so-called whites in the temple. I don't know what that was about, but it just is what it is. It's just this fresco, right? More of them, right? You scroll over, it's more of them. Look, right? All locks, all right? And they follow the mother goddess, snake goddess, right? So this is what you would call some of the Mycenaean and the Philean. These were the whites later who would become Greeks and stuff. Do you understand? I need you to understand. And then a lot of them were mixed as well. But these will be later, these will become Hellenists because they're going to go into a dark ages after this. These temples are black palaces, temples, right? I'm going to show you in a second, right? And they're going to fall into a dark ages from the sea people conquering them, right? So here, all right, so there's some more up there. All right, so, all right, let's continue. I'm trying to rush through it because I'm going to get to it's 10, it's almost 11. I need to get to the crazy part. This was the palace at Knossos, right? This is how they lived on the island of Mycenae, Crete. And this is the palace. That was inside the palace, what I just showed you. This is the palace, a reconstruction of the palace of Knossos. See, they got a big bull they walk in, all right? And these are so-called black palaces. These are, all right, let's continue. They had sewages. This is the sewer system at the palace of Knossos, showing civilization, all right? I'm just doing this. I did this last time. Let me hurry up. Look, so here go the warriors from the fragment of Akrotiri, all right? These are the warriors of Knossos, of the Mycenaean. Okay? See the locks coming out the top of the head? The helmet? All right? The warrior. We did this before. I'm going to just hurry up. I'm just doing this so that as I get what I'm about to get, everybody from this lesson have complete understanding. We ain't making up nothing. Look. Look at them. Remember, this is the one we showed. Look, they got, what's the, Florida wicks. Look at the locks. The big Florida locks. Okay? Like the little Haitian rapper. I forgot his name now again, right? Look, Florida wicks. Look, locks. Okay? Ain't nobody making up. This is right here in Crete, right now, in the museums. This is the history, right? Ain't nobody making up nothing. So you get to see what these people look like. It's the Mycenaeans, the Cretians, right? Okay, yes, so-called blackity blacks all over the place. Kodak Black, that's the name. Thank you. Kodak Black locks, right? All right, so these are the warriors. All right, let's continue. I'm trying to hurry up because I want to get to where I'm going. This is the women boxing, right? Fresco. Look at their locks, right? Got their wavy locks. Look, hoop earrings. They're boxing, right? They show what color they are, okay? Just showing the history. All right, this is the fresco of the man jumping the bull, right? Look, two whites. Oh, hold on. So it's not just a black. Look, this. Oh, sorry. This dude is white. He got his locks. You see? You see the locks going down his back? And the other one on the other side, assisting in this bull, he's white with his locks. And the athlete jumping the bull, look at his nose and lips. He's black. Okay? This is Knossos, the kingdom. This is the palace at Knossos, one of the largest Minoan palaces. This is how we were living during that time. Oh, well, not we, but the so-called blacks. This is the Minoan painting. Look at them on the ship. Okay, Mommy of Egypt on the ship. Look at these afros, right? Look at the people rowing. Then they got, this is the palace. I did this last time. Look at them on the palace. Look at the afros. That's a white dude. This is a light-skinned dude with a goatee. He look crazy, right? I got to do this fast. I'm just doing this. I know I did it before, but it's going. I want to do this because what we and this is the King Tutmosis III drew the Cretians on Egypt when they came to bring them gifts. Look at them. Look at the locks. Same locks, right? Wavy long locks. This is the Cretians. All right. So and there we go. This is supposed to be in the temple. That's the men. And look, that's a white sister. Look at her locks. Straight dreadlocks. Boobs out, cinched waist, long dress. So she's serving the snake goddess. And I think she's supposed to be like a princess or something in the kingdom. I think that's what they're saying on the thing. But another thing is when they did, and these some of the other sisters, right? Look at the sisters. Look at her. She white with her locks. Sisters with their locks. These are the Mycenaeans. All right. So some of these places, see where they got them painted really dark? That's the places, it's a restoration where it was faded, and so they colored it in. And look how they colored it in. They colored them in really dark. See, that's him colored in. So when they restored this in the island of Crete now, in the museum, the restoration, they colored them even darker than the pigment. You see? So this is the original, and this is the restoration piece. These are pieces that faded as they restore, and they made them even darker. All right? All right, so we saw that. That's a ship possession. That's enough. All right. So now I want to show that because now let's get to the Greek crazy. It's 11 o'clock. Let's get to the mess. All right. And then we'll come back and y'all have me tie it up the way he wants me to tie it up. All right. So now, how am I gonna do this, y'all? Give me where I'm going. Where am I going, Abba? Let's go. I'm gonna go here. What is that? What's the next one after that? All right, let's go. All right, good. Because we're gonna go, let's go here. All right, so stop, share. Let's go. Time to get crazy. Share screen, window, share. All right, so we'll come back to this. This is an ancient map, right? Of this before they built Alexandria. They built Thebes. This is Elephantine. This is when they conquered, the Hellenes conquered Kemet, right? Land of the blocks, right? That's Foot, Libya over there, right? That's Memphis. So they created these Helopius, Tanis, right? And look, Canaan, Gaza, Canaan, Kadesh, Byblos, Phoenician. It's where the Bible come from, right? This is later Alexandria would be right here, right? All right. So now, y'all see, right? But anyway, let me. So Linear B is a syllabic script that was used writing in Mycenaean, not Greek, in the Mycenaeans, the earliest attested form of what later would become the Greek language. All right. The script, the Linear B predates the Hellenist alphabet by several hundred years. This was the Linear B. I'll give you all proof of the syllabic script, right? The Linear A was under the Minoans. Linear B was under the Mycenaeans. All right. Now, Greek is an Indo-European language constituting independent Hellenic branch or whatever. Let me go to. The Greek alphabet has been used to write the Greek language since the early 8th or 9th century. It was derived from the Phoenician alphabet. It's the earliest known alphabetic script to systematically write vowels as well as consonants. That's why we don't have that. That's not Habariya. All right. Now, so this was the Hellenist alphabet when the Phoenicians came. Remember I showed and got them out of their dark ages. All right. This is sorry, this is my Greek folder. It's Jesus. It's the Romans. All right, let me get past that. The modern Hebrew, also known as Israeli Hebrew or simple Hebrew, is a standard form of the Hebrew language spoken today. It is the only extant Canaanite language, as well spoken by one of the oldest languages. Correct. This, with these diacritic vowels, Canaanite. Yeah, Paleo 2, modern Hebrew. The Akkadian is an extinct East Shemitic language. Okay, this is the Akkadian. This is where the U first came into existence. Akkadia from ancient Sumer. The first vowel ever presented in any language of mankind was here, the Akkadian script. All right, and East Shemitic. All right, let's continue. The modern distribution of the Afro-Asiatic languages. All right, you got the Berber, the Cadic, the Cushitic, the Amotic, and the Shemitic. I know they do all this semi stuff, right? Cushitic, Cush, Berber is foot, Libya. Cadic, Amotic, Shemitic. Now, look at this. The hypothesized approximate historical distribution of Afro-Asiatic branches, Shadic, Omatic branches, and the Ethio-Shemitic sub-branch is not shown. Kingdom of Cush. Look at Egypt. Look at Shem. Look at Foot. This is what you call coffins in the Tanzania, right? That's Jerusalem. When they walk through. That's the Red Sea, right? Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic languages. All right, look. Now I'm going somewhere. I'm still doing this. We're gonna get crazy in a second. The Shemitic is, look, the Arabic, the Aramaic. This is the Kushite, Somali, all of these, right? All right, we'll come back to that. So right here, Egyptian Arabic. Here we go again. The Red Sea. All right, now let me continue. The Baal cycle is a Ugaritic text about the Canaanite god Baal, a storm god associated with fertility. All right, because we're going to go there now. Now we're going to the gods, because we got to go to the gods to get to the Greeks, because why do they serve all these gods? Who is these gods? Okay, so the Baal cycle is a Ugaritic text about the Canaanite god Baal. Baal. That's what the Romans call the Lord. Okay? Look at this one. This is a look at the ancient script. Proto-Shemitic, early Shemitic script language pronounced the word father as Ab. That's who you get Abba. Alayaf Bayat. This is early Shemitic. The Akkadians called father Ab. The Arabs father Ab. Aramaic Abba. Shuret became Baba. Hebrew, Canaanite Hebrew, Ab. Gayez, Ab. The Miri, Hayab. And the Maltese, Bu. And Messiah. Now you're getting your U. In English, the word heart was in the Proto-Shemitic was been lab. That's why it says lib, and then you see the ah, because the original so the Proto-Shemitic is early when they become Canaanite. It'll be lab, right? Lib. Akkadian, lib. Arabic, lub. Aramaic, leb. Sharet, leba. Hebrew, leb. House, Proto-Shemitic, bayat. Okay? Not bet. Bayat, biat, bayat. Akkadian, bit two or bet two. That's where you get your bet. Akkadian, bit two. Arabic, bayat or dar. Aramaic, bayata. That's why if you spoke Habariyah, you spoke Aramaic. Bayat. Sharet, beta. Hebrew, Bayit. Canaanite Hebrew. Bayit. That's why it's Bayat. And it's not bet. Gayez, bet. Mary, beat. Maltese, Bejit. Peace. Listen clearly. Everybody listen up. Peace. Proto-Shemitic, early. Salam. I'm trying to teach y'all Shalom. That Samkaya would be a Shayan. Shalom. All right? Salam. Akkadian, salam. Arabic, salam. Aramaic, slama, slama. Sharet, slama. Hebrew, salom. Hebrew, Hebrew is when our ancestors became fallen angel Canaanite Hebrew, following Ugarishan and all of these vowels. Salom. That's where y'all get y'all shalom from the Ashkenazi convertites, Babylonian Talmud, and all this shalom, right? Ge'ez, salam. Ge'ez is what they call the Ethiopic language. Mary, Selom, Maltese, Sleim. Y'all see it? Shalom. That's why we say Shalayam, because we put Yah's name back in our greeting. Okay? Shalom or Shalayam is how you say the greeting in Habariyah. The tongue, Lisan, that would be, and look, Lasan. See how they're going with the I? Because they're showing that's Lashan. Language in our original tongue is Lashayan. Lashan is the tongue. The language is Lasan. Akkadian, Lisan. Arabic, Lisan. Aramaic, Lesan, like lesson. Sharet, Lisan. Hebrew, Lason, with the O. That's Lashan. Lessa. All right. Water is, look, Ma. This is Mayam. All right? Water is not Mem. Okay? Mayam, water. So the original in the Proto-Semitic is Ma. That's Ma. And Akkadian, it was Mu. Akkadian brought forth the U. Mu. Or Ma, Me. Arabic, Ma, Me. Aramaic, Ma, Maya. That's closer. Mayam, Maya. Shirat, Maya. Hebrew, Mayim. Because they're doing the fallen angel. Mayam it is. Ge'ez, Me, Hemo, Ima. All right. I just wanted to show y'all some of the ancient script so y'all can understand. All right. All right. So this is a crazy one too. Cardinal numerals. In the English, 1. Proto-Shemitic, Ahad. Listen clearly. Ahad is the oneness we are to be with our Father. I gotta hurry up. It's 11:14. I want to get to the crazy part. Give me a second. As soon as I get through this and get to the crazy part. Ahad, one with the Father. We say Ahayad because we put Yah's name back in this house. But Ahad is one. It's not Echad. I know in the Shema Israel, Yahweh Elohehu, Yahweh Echad. Echad is not our tongue. It's fallen angel Canaanite. It's Ahad. So it'd be Shama Yasha'el, Yahya, Yahya, Ahayad. Ahad. So the Proto-Shemitic, Ahad for one. Ipa, Ahad. Arabic, Wahid. Hebrew, Ehad. That's where y'all get that Echad later. Sabiat, Assyrian, whatever, Ge'ez. Ahadu, or whatever, in the Ge'ez. That's close, Ahadu, but they put the U. All right? So anyway, just wanted to show that. All right, let me go through that. Look, this is an early age iron bull figurine, right? Now look what it says. The early age iron bull figurine from the bull site of Daret Atawilia, modern West Bank, ancient Ephraim, representing the god El, Baal, or Yahweh. The Most High name is not Yahweh, and he is not no Elohim. That is fallen angel Canaanite tongue. That is Baal. El is Baal. But Yahweh, sorry, not sorry, is Baal. Okay? This is known through all ancient history. Now, y'all listen to these Hebrew Israelites that don't study, show nothing, don't speak Habariyah or none of that. Yes, this is the Lord God right here. This is the Lord God that the Romans transliterate into Christianity. El Baal, the God. Listen, this is the Lord. All right? And Yahweh. That's why it is name. I know some of us, we starting to come out, but it's okay. I'd rather you keep coming out. That ain't his name. Ain't no A sound in Hebrew. It would be Yahweh, okay, if you wanted to speak the original tongue. All right. So this Yahweh is when our ancestor, blackity black Hebrews, went into following the Ugarit. That's when they started making this God Yahweh and Elohim and stuff. All right. Now watch this. Watch this. Look at these. Look at this. A painting on a jar found at Kuntilit Arjud under the inscription of Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. Now, for those who are 800 BC, for those who don't know who Asherah is, that is Ashtoreth, Asherah. That's the mother goddess. That is Astarte Easter. That is the goddess of fertility. Asherah is wicked. That's when our ancestors, the Levites, was worshiping Asherah in the temples. And Asherah is the stripper pole. That's the strip club goddess. Asherah poles, Ashtoreth poles. They just have different names through the different times. Now, this is a painting on a jar and had under the inscription Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. His girl, his wife. Look at the image. This is the painting. Yahweh and his Asherah in the northern kingdom, Samaria. Samaria. That's crazy. Is that a ding-a-ling hanging down? Well, let's move away from that. I'm like, that sure enough one of those little Greco-Roman ding-a-lings. That was a real ding-a-ling. That was a jang-a-lang. Jang-a-lang, what we call a jang-a-lang. Right? I don't want y'all to see that. That was crazy work. I'm like, what in the world? Like, y'all know, them little Grecos, they be having the little wee-wee things. Right? So that was supposed to be the Sumerian Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. Okay? Now let's continue. This is the hermaphrodite. We're going to get back there. Now we're going into the Greeks with their little naked gods and their little wee-wees and stuff, right? But y'all remember this behind a mayonnaise. We about to get crazy. Mayonnaise, and it brings Bakat, brings a love potion. So this is a Pompeian wall painting depicting a hermaphrodite. So now we're getting into the Greeks with their gods. Hermaphrodite is a whole deity of male and female together, mixes hermaphrodites sitting left hand raised towards an old satyr. These day gods approaching behind is a Mayanite. Now this Mayanite is crazy stuff. Or Bakat brings a love potion. So this is the Mayanite. Y'all remember this name. These were these women under the Hellenists, so-called Greek culture, and they were nothing to play with. They was unalive in everything that moved. Yeah, her, right there. Karen, I guess, right? This Mayanite. Y'all remember these terms, because it's got to get crazy right now. All right, this is Mali. It's crazy that they call this stuff Mali. Mali is a magical herb mentioned in the book of Homer's Odyssey. Circe, what they call church, had Mali in her cup a lot of the times. Mali was a magical drug. This is Mali in this devil deity's hand. Right? Oh, naked. Oh, sorry. And this is their Mali herb drug. Right? Y'all remember that too. The ascendancy of Christianity by the fifth, when Paul went to him, he told them, bring out their So when Paul went to the Ephesians, he told them, bring out your magical books and burn them. The language of the magical papyri, right? Various levels of literary skill, but generally they are standard Greek. So this is, all right, watch this. Many terms are borrowed from the Christianity came from the Romans and the Hellenists, right? Which later became the Greek. They followed the mystery texts and the cults of Egyptian, all these cults, right? And they put it together and mixed it with the Hebrew faith and made a religion called Christianity. Y'all watch this. So when Paul, Shaya'al, went to Ephesians, he told them, bring out all your magical mystery cult books and burn them. The language of magical papyri reflects various levels of literary skill, but generally they are standard Hellenist, Greek, and in fact they may well be closer to the spoken language of the time than any poetry or aesthetic prose. Many terms are borrowed from the magic books, sorcery, and the papyri. It would seem from the mystery cults, thus magical formulas are sometimes called television, teleport, teleta. Remember, the English language comes from the Latin, the Greco, Koine, right? Teleta literally means celebration of the mysteries, or the magician himself is called a mystagogos. The priest who leads the candidates for initiations, the magician. Much tribe of Judah, Uish law, and some of the names for God also appear in the magical papyri. Before they created the Septuagint and God and Lord and all this, this is the ancient Egyptians, ancient Persian, Mithras, all them, Isis, all these in the ancient Hellenist cult, right? They magic papyri. Most of the Jewish lore and some of the names for God also appear in the magical papyri. Lio for Yahweh, Sabaoth, and Adonai appear quite frequently, for example, in the magical papyri. As magicians are concerned with secrets, it must have seemed to many outsiders of Judaism that Yahweh was a secret deity. For after all, there were no images were produced of this tribe of Judah God, and God's real name was not pronounced. Listen clearly. That is the Babylonian Yahweh, Wadhe, don't say his name, the ineffable name. Okay? They called him Adonai. They called him Sabaoth. They called him Yohe Wavhe. They called him anything but his name. Okay? Listen. And he said, my people are to not only call my name, come in my name, proclaim his name. You heard? The texts of the Greek magical papyri are often written as we might write a recipe. So the way that the text of the Greek y'all going to learn this in a second. Let me get there. Right? We're about to get to the crazy part right now. As they like the way you write a recipe, that's how the magic papyri was written. And it was written like this. Take the eyes of a bat, the tail of a donkey, the liver of a goat, like the way you write a recipe, you know, a pinch of this and a pinch of thurman and thuman, some kale, right? The way you write a recipe, that's how the magic papyri was written. And this is what the kingdoms worship. Rome, Greek, Kemet, all of this. So now, for example, in other words, the magic requires certain ingredients for it to come to pass. Much as in Odysseus, that's where they get Odyssey. Odysseus, the word Odyssey, Homer, required the herb Mali. Listen, in other words, that a magic potion, and the Greeks, the Hellenists, from the deity Odyssey, that's Homer's Odyssey, it required the herb Mali to defeat the magic of the goddess Circe. Circe is where the Romans created the church. Okay? But it is not just as simple as knowing how to put a recipe together. You had to have the appropriate gestures. At certain points in a magical ritual, you had to do gestures, and they are required to accompany the ingredients. Different gestures, it would seem, produce various different effects. This is voodoo, pharmakeia. All right? A magical ritual done in the right way can guarantee the revealing of dreams and the talent of interpreting the dreams correctly. Uh-huh. In other cases, certain spells allow one to send out a demon or demons to harm one's enemies or even break up someone's marriage. Yes, paganism, it's going down in this one, Menahem. And I'm about to go there in a second. And I'm going to walk you through, I'm going to get a lot of it out tonight. The walking as the true paganism got rebranded into this religion, Christianity. And they took the spells, the rituals, the terms, the language, the gods, renamed them, rebranded them, took the days and rites of worship and named it to holidays. Right? Like tomorrow they call it All Saints Day, right? Today, right? So, and Halloween. All right. Now, here we go. This is a well-preserved painting of the Egyptian ancient commission. Well, how can I? No, Greek. No, sorry. Hellenists. Sorry, not Egyptian. Hellenists creating from the Apis bull of the ancient Kemet mystery cult and Isis. They created Serapis. It's the Apis bull from the that's the Apis bull come from the what's the name? What's their name? The conquered Kemet, the Persians, Mithrak, right? And then the commission goddess Isis. And they create the Greek, the Hellenists, when they conquered what was called Kemet, what was called mud, the Persians called it mud rat, something. But anyway, which I know is Egypt. That'll come out later. They wrote, the Hellenists started to write their likeness. They created deities that can be received by the native Kemet Egyptian culture as well as everyone else coming. So they merged. They didn't just create their own god, they merged. And this was Serapis. That's him right here. And he will be also shown with a halo around his head. Serapis. All right. We're going. We're going. Oh, it's going down. Kayaliah, the Most High said he's instructed us, all of us, everybody who bear witness, to single-handedly, piece by piece, deconstruct all of the lies. So he's given me the ability to find the Most High. It's crazy. Watch what's about to come out. This has been Serapis. And I'm going to teach y'all what Serapis Christos is in a second. Where the Romans made their God and named him Jesus Christ. We're going to get there. All right? This is a Greek Hellenist carving from aphrodisias. That's where they get the word aphrodisiac, sex drug, because they was all about male sex and little boy stuff. We're going to get there. Showing Heracles unchaining Prometheus from the Caucasus Mountains. Now that's an interesting statement. So there's supposed to be Heracles unchaining, looking at little wee-wees, Prometheus from the Caucasus Mountains. Okay? All right, now let's go. All right, remember this. The Greek word ecclesia comes from the word called out, called forth, right? And that's what it was called when the Greeks took it from the Hebrew word kaya'al, was called to assemble, but the Romans made it. The English language word church is from the Old English word Circe, derived from the West Germanic karika, which in turn comes from the Greek karike, meaning of the Lord. Okay? Possessive form of kurios, ruler, or Lord. Karike, in the sense of church, Circe. The witch, the fallen angel Circe. All right. Church come from that. House of Circe. House of the Lord. And the Lord is Baal. Okay? Christian churches, what some style called Karakan, meaning of the Lord. All right, again, now let's go. Let's get to the, I'll come back to this. I'm going to stop it right here because we're going to get back. Look, Yod Hey Wav Hey is written with, I said we're going to do it, and I'm like, look, it's written without vowels because the original ancient Hebrew script only had consonants. Vowels added later by the Masorets as dot lines to indicate pronunciation. Hebrew text originally had no vowels, consonantal script. The early Hebrew alphabet, like other ancient Shemitic languages, was written entirely with consonants. The oral tradition was our ancestors established an oral tradition that we would do the correct sound, when we would speak it. The addition of vowel points was the Masorets around the 8th century developed a system of dots and lines in place under and around. All right? Substitution. They added the vowel points from the word Adonai Lord to the tetragrammaton Yod Hey Wav Hey to signal readers they should say Adonai rather than pronounce the actual divine name of Yah. Wicked is what wicked does. All right, now let's go. Let's get to the crazy. I'll come back to all this other stuff. Here we go. So now let's get to 11:30. Not too bad. Let's get to the crazy. And this shows that you didn't even need the vowels. Right? We'll come back. All right. So these are some of the Greek gods. Oh boy, here we go. Stop share. Here we go. Stop share. Share screen. Window. And I'm going to show y'all receipts of what I'm about to break down. But now we about to get crazy. Now it gets crazy. Here we go. This part. You know how to be like that part? This part. Helen. I'm going to show y'all who Helen is, but let me get, before they were called Greek, they got called Greek by the Romans. When the Romans conquered Egypt under the Ptolemies. So when the Romans conquered, they called them Greek. They were never Greek. They were Hellenists. But the Hellenes followed a deity of gods as they followed Helen. They created a whole pantheon of gods. And these gods were homosexual. They were into smashing. Yeah. They were into smashing little. Yeah. All right, I'm going to show y'all the gods. Right? I'm going to show y'all the gods. We're going to break this down. But let me give you an overview of some of the gods. Let me see. Am I supposed to do this one first? Let me see. I gave myself a note. The note was, after this, show that one, then go to, then it gets worse. Okay. And then the chart. All right, so let's go. 11:30 is not too bad. You have these Hellenists, because it's before they were Greek, Hellenist gods. This before they created Christianity, before they made the 72 Hebrew elders transliterate the Hebrew manuscripts into the Greek, Koine Hellenist tongue, because before it became Greek, Koine Hellenist tongue, alphabet, and made a Septuagint, right? Later, the Romans came, called them Greek, and they started adding all that and turned into Christianity and all of that. So it wasn't Christianity under the Greeks, under the Hellenes. It became Christianity under the Romans. So the Hellenes served these gods. And their gods, which they picked up from after their Dark Ages, I'm going to show that after this, right? Because I got to show that they went through this Dark Ages, right? And I'm going to show it. And after that Dark Ages, the Phoenicians came amongst them. They picked up all of these pantheons of gods. And they picked up these ditty gods, okay? Now, some of their gods One of them name was Apollo. And Apollo was the god of the sun. He was the god of music and the god of prophecy. Now, these are the people who wrote what we call the Bible. The New Testament, the Torah, they commissioned or enslaved the 72 Hebrews and wrote the Lord Adonai. They wrote this into this manuscript from these original Hebrews, who this practice of the gods they follow was an abomination to the original Hebrews. So with what we about to find out, I wouldn't follow nothing that came from these people. I mean, when I say nothing, I mean nothing. If what y'all about to hear, I wouldn't listen to nothing these people got to say. I don't want nothing they had nothing to do with. They had a god, the Hellenists, called Apollo. He was the god of the sun, the god of music, and the god of prophecy. Apollo was associated with same-sex lovemaking. Listen clearly. Because Apollo had many male lovers. He had a male lover named Hyacinthus and Ganymede. Now, Hyacinthus, he got around. Hyacinthus, he was popping. They all they got. Their gods like booty, diddy, which is crazy. That's why they created the gymnasiums, right? And it was all about the male worship body, right? It was all about the males on males, not the women. So their gods, their deities, they served their deities by smashing and serving to their gods. So Apollo, we've heard Apollo, like we got the Apollo Theater in Harlem. They need, right? It's like, see, this is where if you find out where this stuff really come from, you'd be like, some people even name their kid Apollo. You got people out there right now, their name is Apollo. Apollo was the god that became associated with man-on-man love. He had many male lovers. Let me do this. Let me go to a web page, show that first, right? And then I'm gonna come back to what I dug up, right? Right? Because I want to show y'all something. Because then you got another god they got called Dionysus. And Dionysus is the god of wine, fertility, and revelry. Dionysus is considered a gender fluid god. He is the god of the Hellenists, the Greeks, who defied gender norms. And he was depicted with all of his male lovers like the male lover Adonis. Adonis. You got some people named Adonis. These are all booty ditty smashers. These gods, they're gods of ditties. If your gods are, you ain't supposed to have nothing to do with the sacred text of the Most High. Not your language, tongue, or nothing. Okay? Now, Dionysus. All right, watch this. Let me show you a web page. Right? Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let me do it this way. I'm going to show y'all a web page, then I'm going to get back because I'm going to show y'all stuff that you got to find, these stories. Right? All right, so this web page, this one, there you go. So I'm going to click this, click the web page. Okay? Come on, there you go. Now watch this. Dionysus. I'm going to show you, then I go to stop share, and then I go come back to y'all. Share screen. This way it's going to get crazy. It's going to get nasty, but nasty. I'm sorry. It's just we got to expose the truth. Then I go to share. Share screen. Oh, I made us big. Hold on. Let me stop that in case so when we come back, we're not all big. There we go. Share screen. Where are you? There we go. Watch this web page. Just so y'all know, this is out there, right? All right. Let me see what y'all see. There you go. Y'all see it. So this says, let's talk about Dionysus. It says, if you want a god of sex, wine, and smashing the gender binary into little tiny pieces, you might want to try Dionysus, the god of the stranger, the other, and the god of religious ecstasy. So it's supposed to be the god of the stranger, the god of the other. I don't know what that means. You don't want to know. And the god of religious ecstasy. Dionysus travels the countryside with his consort Ariadne, followed by a continuous rolling orgy of nymphs, satyrs, and mortal women called Maenads. Y'all remember that Maenaid, right? Now, the god Dionysus, this is the Greco god. These are the ones who wrote, Septuagint, right? All right, now listen clearly. He was followed by a continuous rolling orgy of nymphs, nymphomaniac, that's where they get the word nymphomaniac, satyrs, that's like fallen angel, half people, half beast, right? And women, actual physical women called Maenads. Remember I told you, I said, remember that Maenads, them women ain't no joke. They're the white woman. These women, the Maenads, gave up their families and their positions in order to follow Dionysus, surrendering themselves fully to the animal state that the ancient Greeks believed all women possess. So the ancient Hellenists, because they weren't Greeks then, believed that all women possess an animal state of wanting sex. Okay? All right. Now, I ain't said this website saying it, so you can't flag me. All right? Now, sorry, I want to be able to see the chat. All right? See the chat. All right. So it's going to be a little small on your screen. Now, the Maenads gave up their families. They left everything they have to follow the god Dionysus, surrendering themselves to that animal state, right, of sexual perversion, right? Just the sex animals. They said the woman was just sex beasts, right? And the ancient Greeks believe all women possess. The Maenads were armed with a thyrsi, which is giant fennel staffs. They got big knives and they armed, right? These women, a gang, a posse. These women were drunk. They would drink and sexually aggressive. And when they would be sufficiently roused, they would rip apart and eat anything that crossed their paths, from lions, tigers, and bears to even their own sons. This is Hellenist history, these Maenads, all right? Now, these were the mortal women. They would, anything that crossed their paths, they would rip you apart, animals and everything, and even their own children, okay? Failure to offer Dionysus worship and appropriate respect would bring Dionysus to your town. This is the Hellenist, so-called Greeks, belief system of their gods. If you didn't offer him worship, he's coming to your town like Santa Claus. But it's like Diddy. This is the Diddy God. Listen, Diddy is coming. He knows when you've been sleeping. Now listen clearly. Failure to offer Dionysus worship and appropriate respect will bring him to your town, at best to lure the women away as Maenads, and at worst to turn them loose on the men. That ain't that bad. At worst to me is the Diddy me. I'm sorry. But they said if you didn't, this is what the Hellenist belief was, if you didn't offer Dionysus worship. Now listen clearly, everybody. I'm going to show y'all Dionysus worship was smashing little young boys and men. That was how you offered worship. That was the gymnasium, the bathhouses. Okay? This is the culture. Not me. Y'all remember the other lessons we did? I still got the tabs open. I can show it. Now listen, yeah, animals ain't safe either. Listen, Saudi Tate. If you didn't, this is why they had gymnasiums, bathhouses everywhere. This is why they did their education and their teaching. They had the mentors and mentees, okay, mentorship and all. This is why the culture is served their gods. So if you didn't give worship to Dionysus, they said he would come to your town, lure your women, your daughters, your wives, or whatever away as Mionites, and at worst turn them loose on the men. This is from the book of Euripides Bacchae. This is a story. It says, seizing his left arm at the elbow and propping her foot against the unfortunate man's side, she tore out his shoulder, not by her own strength, but the god Dionysus gave facility to her hands. And she began to work, and then she started to begin to work on the other side of the man, tearing his flesh, while Autono and the whole crowd of the Bacchae pressed on. All were making noise together, he groaning as much as he had life left in his body, while everyone, the Maenads, the women, shouted in victory. One of them bore his arm, another his foot, his boots and all. His ribs were stripped bare. They ate him. These women would eat him raw. You know, raw meat, flesh and bone? Yes, okay. Now, his ribs were stripped bare from their tearings of their teeth. The whole band, the whole crew of them, hands bloodied, were playing a game of catch with Pentheus' flesh. So as they ripped him apart, they played catch with his body parts, and ripped. Now this is actual mythology, but actual true history too, because these were going on in these festivals. Saturnalia, all of this stuff. Now they got these called Christmas, Easter, Halloween. Okay? This is Euripides Bacchae. All right, now, this is an image of a Maionite with supposed to have a leopard or something by the leg. Oh no, the animals wasn't safe. They would rip them apart, eat them, and this is the image of the Maionite. I'm gonna show y'all something later about this. Dionysus, the Hellenist Greek god, is a late addition to the pantheon, and the myths reflect this. Neither the Hellenists nor modern scholars can agree on where he and his cult came from. Dionysus, he came later, though the most popular version has him migrating to Greece from Hellenes from Central Asia. The bastard son of Zeus, so Dionysus is supposed to be the bastard son of Zeus, depending on what source you get it from. A selection of women ranging from the mortal princess Semele to Persephone. You're going to know who all these are in a second. Who is the queen of the underworld. All of Dionysus' origin stories share one feature, that either he or his pregnant mother were killed only for him to regenerate or finish gestating inside the body of a second parent. So this is like what you call that? Immaculate birth. So his mother, most of the origin stories share this one tale, that either he or his pregnant mother were killed only for him to regenerate his body inside the body of another woman. In all versions of the myth, it is supposed to be Hera. Now, Hera is nothing to play with. See, I know who these are now because I had to go through all these pantheons to break this stuff that I'm going to break out tonight and the rest of this series, because y'all going to, oh my goodness. So I know who all these titans and stuff is now. Hera is this woman here, this one of the women, she's supposed to be Zeus's jealous wife. So Hera is nothing to play with. So it says in all versions of the myth, it's supposed to be Hera Zeus's ever jealous wife, who is responsible for the murder. And so Zeus sends him away to Asia or Africa to be raised safely in secret. So Hera, okay, because Zeus used to cheat. So Zeus, Zeus is with, I'm sorry, but this is where they get the Jesus, that name and stuff from the Roman. But I didn't know, honestly, before I did this, I didn't know that Zeus was this nasty. Zeus was the nasty. Zeus is supposed to be their god. Zeus is also supposed to be, I'm gonna show you Yahweh and El, the god too. That's supposed to be the most high. There's Zeus. Zeus Zeus smashed every man and woman. And he had a wife, Hera, and she was killing everything because Zeus was smashing everything. So Zeus would go around smashing little ones, grown men, women, and Hera would unalive them after Zeus smashing. Crazy work. This is their gods. These people wrote this doggone Christian. Boy, I wouldn't want that. All right, let's continue. Let me not. All right, now listen. It says, in all versions of the myth, it is Hera, Zeus' ever jealous wife, who is responsible for the murder. I guess the murder of Dionysus' mom, right? Because Zeus smashed Dionysus' mom, and Hera found out and killed, like she do everybody, killed Dionysus' mom, and so he must have immaculately conceived in another woman's body, and Zeus sent them to Asia, Africa to hide from Hera while Dionysus was born. All right, so it says, in all versions of the myth, it is Hera, Zeus' ever jealous wife, who is responsible for the murder, and so Zeus sends them away to Asia, Africa to be raised safely in secret. The second birth and regeneration made Dionysus important in the mystery cults, secretive religions focusing on life after death. All right, this is where they try to tie it in. This is where you get in your Christianity, Virgin Mary, sacred, right? Listen clearly. The second birth and regeneration made Dionysus important in the mystery cults. That's what they all served. Before they created this religion called Christianity, the Romans, and the Hellenists, and all of them, and the pantheons, they all serve a pantheon of mystery cults and mixed them all up, right? Secretive religions focusing on life after death. Christianity was originally viewed as one, and they formed this primary competition until the Christianized Roman Empire eventually banned it. The worship practices of those cults relied on religious ecstasy, okay? The entering of an altered state of consciousness through spiritual transcendence and pharmakeia, drugs from Circe, what the Romans called church, and generally offered women and other low-status people higher status than the world outside. So you could get higher status by doing these ecstasy, male, non-male, and female smashing, cult, drinking, drunken, drug state, right? Low status, it gave you higher status than the world outside. Dionysus of the cults is usually Dionysus of the underworld. This is what it was called in Alexandria in the ancient world. Romans, Greeks, Dionysus of the cults. This was some serious stuff. And they was going around and they was diddying and unaliving and eating, smashing everything, killing animals, eating raw flesh and everything. Now, Dionysus of the cults is usually Dionysus of the underworld, the son of Zeus and his daughter Persephone, or her mother Demeter. We're going to find out who all these is in a second. Demeter was the goddess of the earth, also known as Zagreus. His death comes in infancy when he is literally dismembered by Hera's servants. Now remember, Hera is unalive everything. This woman is no joke. Zeus' jealous wifey. All right? So his death comes in infancy where he's literally dismembered by Hera's servants, only to regenerate by means of his heart being implanted either in Zeus's thigh or Princess Semele's womb. So Dionysus got dismembered Ah, okay. So the story was Herod found him, killed his mama, dismembered him, but he got regenerated by his heart being implanted either in Zeus's thigh, that's crazy, or Princess Simile's womb. So Dionysus offers his disenfranchised followers, women. His followers are women, the poor, and the social outcasts. All right. Remember, y'all pick it up like the Jesus symbolism? The poor, the outcasts, the different disenfranchised. Okay? All right? Now, this is where Romans created this Jesus character, not from the Mashayat of the Habari original Hebrew script, but this religion. Now, Dionysus offers his disenfranchised followers, women, the poor, and the social outcasts, a relief from their misery through pleasure and the promise of a better afterlife than the uninitiated, regardless of any status they had. So he was a sex goddess, so that's the pleasure. His second birth, born again, also ties into his unusual gender identity, not in the historic cult, but rather in modern worship and modern gender narratives. Transness is often publicly subjugated to narratives of death and rebirth, of the, what they say, they born again now in their new body, right? Even while individual and people, I don't want to get flagged, frequently reject that characterization of transition. Dionysus, the twice born, is also the only Greek deity to possess a gender identity that doesn't align with the one coercively assigned to his original body. While Greek myths not infrequently feature physical transformation from one gendered body type to another, and even an intersex god named Hermaphroditus. We're going to see this later, right? Those figures identified as whatever gender society assigned to the body they were inhabiting at the time. Dionysus, on the other hand, was first assigned to be a male. Then he lived as a girl until he reached adulthood, only later to reject both binaries and embrace a bigender identity that caused great anxiety to the category loving Greeks. It is possible that his gender identity has a non-Greek cultural origin if the theory that his cult was originally Middle Eastern is correct, because many cultures in ancient Middle East recognized trans feminine identities and often connected them to spirituality. However, for the Hellenists, who had no concept of transness or non-binariness as a social identity, but were very aware that some men were not real or complete men because of elements of femininity in their soul, Dionysus' open embrace of his femininity was actively transgressive and horrifying. This is Dionysus. They always show them with their little wee-wee out. These them naked. And these people created this, man, I don't want nothing to do with no religion, got nothing to do with them. His femininity attached to a body defined as a male is a large part of what made him threatening. Despite ancient Greek women needed to live lives of exemplary sexual self-control if they wanted to survive, while ancient Hellenes men happily engaged in orgies and wrote about grape as if it were a casual sport. Sexual self-control was considered a purely masculine virtue. Intense desire and inability to control it were the afflictions of women. So they placed that on listen, this is how sick this is. They said that the woman had an insatiable sexual appetite and was wicked and dark, but men had the freedom to have orgies and just graping little ones and everything, but that was seen as worshiping the gods. So it's crazy, right? So this is where you get these Mayanides from, right? So it says, intense desire and the inability to control it were the afflictions of women, or particularly effeminate men. So they don't think they was effeminate, that they smashing each other. This is crazy stuff. The fact that he sought out women, Dionysus, and he offered them wine, something their access to was heavily restricted in the Hellenist world due to the belief that they thought that if the woman would drink wine, it would make them lose what self-control they had. So they didn't like the women wanting sex. They wanted sex with men. So the women, don't give them nothing to drink. Women need to stay home. We don't want you for sex. It's a Diddy thing. You won't understand, right? So Dionysus would give the woman wine, and that's where you had the Maenades going drunk and savage and just eating. They were scared. They were scared of the women, right? So Dionysus, a threat to the fundamental building block of the Hellenist city-state, that a man have legitimate children to replace him. We can still see this fear today in cis, male, all that stuff. All right. So, and then this is an image of the Maenades and how they were running around. So the women were seen as savage. So the man is running around with snakes on him, being hunted, and then you got these women, right? All right, I'll show that in a second. All right. Dionysus, despite his apparently uncontrollable sexuality and his many lovers, is one of the few Greek gods to love and respect his wife. This is insane. This is insane. Dionysus, despite his apparently uncontrollable sexuality and many lovers, is one of the few Greek gods to love and respect his wife. Something that is probably also meant to emphasize his departure from proper masculinity. He found Ariadne, a mortal princess, who was abandoned by the hero Theseus. Now, Theseus was the god I showed y'all last time. The little Greek guy was a little wee-wee, and he had the little black boy hanging on to his feet. Remember that picture from last time? He had the little black boy hanging on to his feet. That's Theseus. So Dionysus, he found Ariadne, a mortal princess, who was abandoned by Theseus after she had forsworn her family and her people in order to marry him. Unlike most of the gods in the Hellenist Greek pantheon who would have responded to seeing a lone pretty mortal by graping her. Do y'all see this? Unlike most of the gods in the Hellenist Greek pantheon who would have responded by seeing a lone pretty mortal woman by graping her, Dionysus instead rescued her, woos her, and makes her a consort. He never abandons, insults, or forsakes her, and while he does take on other lovers, men, she seems totally fine with this, clearly being down with her non-binary spouse's casual poly lifestyle. Viciously defending his own honor and the safety of his followers, Dionysus is a god for the feminists, and particularly those whose gender falls outside. As a divine pioneer. All right, that's enough of this because we don't get flagged talking all this gender stuff. All right, now I want to show you the writings. Now let me tell you some stories. Let me tell you some stories. All right, so let me find that picture real quick because I did the picture. Where are you? All right, let me go to my screenshots. I can find it really quick. Screenshots. Where are you, picture? Oh, it's the last one. I know it's at the bottom. It's one of the last size copy because I was like, let me get that picture. There you go. Double click. I'm going to put that picture up while I break this down. Right? I want y'all to see the picture. So stop share. Stop share. Right? Share screen. Boy, I hope they don't cook nothing that smell good. My stomach is growling. And I can hear them chopping up. They probably dicing up all day. Boy, I hope it. Boy, they start cooking. My stomach already like rawr, rawr. The next thing I'll start smelling some good. All right. So anyway, I'll make it through. So let me show you the picture. Share. So this is the picture that was on the thing. So this is supposed to be, right? The Maenades, right? The woman, they're supposed to be drunk as they have a, right? The animals ain't even safe, right? And they run around and they unaliving anything that move and ripping it to shreds and sexing everything. And the man got snakes around him. See? And in this one, I don't know what he got. It looked like he got animal hair on his, animal hair on his leg, right? And look what's in his hand. That's a hoof. That's the leg of an animal ripped off. Right? and they running savage, and they supposed to be just, and I don't know what this thing is in the back right here, right? But you see his hoof in his hand, right? And it's like, okay, and then look at this. This supposed to be a little, I don't know, a little god or whatever. But look what it is. He got hooves. He's half, right? This they gods. He got snakes. He's half animal, right? This that culture, man. This crazy stuff. Snakes. All right, and this. All right, now let me. Yeah, hybrid. Now let me break down, right? And then I'm gonna show y'all half goat. Baphomet, right? And this one's probably two, right? Because he got that fur on his legs. See that? All right. And then I'm gonna show y'all stuff. Watch. So I'm gonna break down what I dug up, and then I'm gonna show y'all receipts. Y'all know how I do. All right. Now this is, now remember the Greek gods, and then I'm gonna show y'all the gods too. We're gonna, after this, right? Because I told myself where to go from here. I'm like, go this next and this next. Now, because I got so much stuff to bring out through this series. So Apollo, like the Apollo Theater, right? Yeah, it did look like a werewolf sellotape. Apollo was the god of the sun under the Hellenists, the god of music and prophecy. And he is associated with many male lovers, such as Hyacinthus and Ganymede. Y'all remember those names later. Then we have, I'm speaking of some of the gods, the Hellenist Greek gods. Okay. You have the god Dionysus, the god of wine, fertility, and revelry. Dionysus was considered the gender fluid god, and he deified gender norms and is sometimes depicted with all of his male lovers, even the god Adonis. All right, Dionysus. Then you got Artemis. Artemis is the goddess of the hunt and the goddess of wild animals. Artemis is often seen as asexual or lesbian because of her status as a virgin goddess who preferred her own company and that of her nymphs, nymphomaniacs, women. The Asexual Visibility and Education Network in Floraware. This is where I got this info from. So I put some of my receipts because I had to go everywhere to get, study, show yourself approved, right? I had to go everywhere to grab these histories, right? So that's Artemis. And I'm going to show y'all on the scale in a second, all these gods. Then you got a god called Hermaphroditus. Hermaphroditus is the son of the god Hermes. That's where you get your Hermes bags, right? So everybody walk around got that expensive Hermes, Hermes shoes and Hermes bags. And this is a Hellenist Greek god. So the son of Hermes and the goddess Aphrodite is Hermaphroditus. And this god is known for having both male and female sex organs, making him the symbol of androgyny and intersexuality. That's where you get the word hermaphrodite, from Hermes and Aphrodite's son, Hermaphroditus. We're going somewhere, Delaris Shah. Then you got the Hellenist Greek god Heracles, Heracles, and he is the hero, and he is famous for being with both male and female lovers. He is the most celebrated for his bisexuality, and he's also famous for his strong and deep covenant and bonds with his male companions like Lolas. Now this Lolas comes up a bunch of times, and this Lolas is supposed to be 12 years old, boy. All right? So that's Heracles. He's supposed to have a deep, strong bond. All right? Now you got another one called Atenos, Antinous. Atenos, he was a youth, are supposed to be a mortal. So they call, remember, these are the god pantheons. Their gods had mortal boys and women that they would impregnate and smash. So this Atenos was a mortal little boy who was the lover of the Roman Emperor Hadrian. He was deified after his death and worshipped for centuries in the Roman kingdom. All right. Then you got Hercules. Now, I grew up, Hercules. All I knew growing up was Hercules was strong. I didn't know nothing about no gods, but we just knew Hercules, right? Hercules is strong, right? Strong as Hercules. Hercules was one of the most famous of all the Hellenist Greek gods. He was most famous, known for dating hundreds and hundreds of men and women. He was one of the most famous of the bisexual gods. One of his most famous male lovers was Lolus. Lolus was supposed to be his nephew. I'm sorry. This is their gods. This is the Hellenist Greco-Roman pantheon of gods. Y'all can look it up. All right? It's all out there. Hercules, one of his most famous male lovers, was his nephew, Lolus. All right. Now, Christian Greek mythology scholars and Christian apologists and stuff, they try to say that Lolus was old enough for consent. When you dig, they say Lolus was 12 years old. But they try to say they forget that that's his nephew, Hercules, but he was old enough for consent. All right. Now, what was really crazy about Hercules and the love of his nephew, Lolus, was that the love and devotion was so famous in the Hellenist Greek culture of the love of Hercules and his nephew Lolus, that after his death, Plutarch stated that the tomb of Lolus, because Lolus was supposed to be mortal, that his tomb became a sacred place for all gay lovers to affirm their devotion. So after this is Hercules, the most famous, Plutarch stated that the tomb of Lolus became a sacred place for all the male-on males to affirm their devotion, and they would have sex at the grave tomb of Lolus to consecrate their union. Okay? So this stuff is crazy, bro. This is some nasty stuff. All right. So now that's Hercules. All right? And Lolus and grave sex for the tomb of the little boy who was his nephew. Okay? Then there's Hyacinthus. Now Hyacinthus is a very popular Hellenist Greek god. He was apparently so beautiful that both Apollo and Zephyrus, Zeprus, they used to have a car called a Zephyr. So they name all this stuff. Everything be named after this stuff and we don't even know it. I remember that car. They don't make it called a Zephyr. So Hyacinthus was supposed to be so beautiful. Hyacinthus had it going on for the ditties. He was popping, right, for them. He was apparently so beautiful that both Apollo and Zephyrus wanted him as their lover, and they would battle. So it was told that every god and every mortal wanted Hyacinthus. every Greek god wanted to smash Hyacinthus. Yeah, he was the Absalom of the Greek god pantheon, right? So there are a bunch of different variations of the story, but essentially the same root of the story. This is the root. The story is when Hyacinthus and Apollo were competing in games, Olympic games, all right? Olympians, all right? Now, this is the story that Hyacinthus and Apollo were competing. And while they were competing naked, you know, they be nude with the Olympic games and, you know, everything is bathhouses, right? The story goes Hyacinthus was accidentally struck and killed by a discus that was thrown by Apollo. So this is where you get your Olympics from. They had this battle in Olympia, all right? The Greek city, the Hellenists, right? So they said that while they were competing, Apollo threw a discus, right? And it's supposed to have struck Hyacinthus in the head and killed him. But other story says it was actually Zephyrus. Zephyrus is the Greek deity who they call the west wind. He's supposed to be the god of the west blowing wind. And the other story says that out of jealousy at Hyacinthus choosing Apollo over him, because Zephyrus and Apollo were battling for his Hyacinthus booty, right? This is Diddy. So the other story goes that because Zephyrus was jealous, out of his jealousy for Hyacinthus choosing Apollo over him, he used the wind to change the direction of Apollo's discus to strike Hyacinthus. So they said when Apollo threw the discus, some of the mythology was Zephyrus blew and changed the direction of the wind. So the discus struck Hyacinthus, and it was from his blood that hyacinth flowers started to grow. Hence the name. look, Larry, y'all just wrote it when y'all should know how do. This is where they say the name of the hyacinth flower got its name, because the blood from hyacinth being struck in the head, it said when the blood went into the ground, those flowers, hyacinth flowers, started to grow. Yeah. Then you have Hermes, the luxury Hermes bags, Hermes, okay? Hermes, this is crazy. Now listen, Hermes, yes, it's Olympus. Hermes once pretended to be a woman to trick Zeus into marrying him. Everybody, I told y'all, this is the part I was talking about. This is the part when I said it gets crazy and nasty and ugly, and I'm going to show it gets a little worse. Yeah, but wait, it gets worse. Now, my face, I know I'm small. Y'all should have seen my face. I know I'm small on the screen right now. When I was doing all this study, my face was stuck on it like I realized my face was stuck in that position for hours. I was like, hold on, I got to change my face. Because I really got stuck with a scowl on my face. Because I realized that I was just making this face the whole time as I'm unpeeling these layers of this Diddy stuff. Okay? Yeah, yes, the ceremonies, all of this. Everything is being reenacted. It's all, you're going to see when we go through this series, by the time we get from the Greeks to the Romans to the Christianity, you're going to be blown away how much everything that they wrote into this language is all this mystery cult religion stuff. Now listen to this. Hermes, the bag. You know, people got their Hermes shoes and my Hermes. Hermes, the god, once pretended to be a woman to trick Zeus into marrying him, but he got caught. Guess who he got caught by? Hera. Hera is, face looking like raw lemons. Yeah, the whole time, Saudi. I realized my face was scrunched up for so long. I was like, okay, I need to take a break. I'm like, my face scrunched up like up the whole for a long time. I'm sitting there like, you got that face like, I had the ilky face. Y'all call it ewy. Back in the days, we call it ilky when we was little. That's where y'all get ew from. It's ilk, right? It originally come from us. Out of the 70s, we say ilky, ilk, and then it got called ilk for short. And then later, y'all thought we were saying ooh or is ilk, right? So anyway, I had the ilky face. All right. I mean, I said I got that face right now. I know, me too. I do too, right? Now listen. Now, Hera, that's why I told y'all who these people were early, because you need to know. Because Hera, that's the funny part. Now, Hera was the jealous wife of Zeus, and Zeus was smashing everything, male, female, young, and old. Zeus was just slinging his little Hellenists, because I'm saying little because they showed them with the littlest wee-wees in the world. So anyway, right? So now Hermes pretended to be a woman to trick Zeus into marrying him, but he got caught by the jealous wife Hera. All right? Now, and it was told that Hera slayed Hermes and some other crap, right? It was hard to find the rest of the story, right? Because a lot of stuff had to do a lot of digging, right? But now, another part of the story is Zeus bought his nephew. This is another, so I had to dig. So all these things I'm digging, I have to dig to find all this stuff. So another myth tale is Zeus paid for his nephew, Lolus, who became his most famous and committed relationship, who's supposed to have been 12 years old, and made him his chalice bearer. So Zeus paid for his nephew, bought him, and made him his chalice bearer, like an altar boy, and made him follow. And that was his most famous love. They said their bond, that through the Hellenist kingdom, that was a good thing. Their bond. It's crazy. All right. Now, back to Dionysus, because Dionysus is a mess. Dionysus' whole story is the sickest thing in the world. Now remember, these are supposed to be gods, right? Greek gods. So another story of Dionysus is this guy, a mortal man, promised Dionysus that they could have sex, right? This is a story, mythology. A man promised Dionysus that they could have sex, but the guy died before it could happen. This is the story. The guy died. And Dionysus was so angry at this man because he promised him sex and he died before he could smash him. So Dionysus made a dildo out of olive wood. And he took this olive wood dildo and he went to the guy's grave and banged himself with the dildo on the grave. This is some, that's why my face was just, Joe, bro. I'm sitting there like, this is, what the hell? And these are the Hellenes, right? Hellenists. Okay, these dudes wrote this book, man. I don't want nothing to do with this doggone. That any manuscript they got something to do with, I don't want nothing to do. Diddy ain't got nothing on them. Okay? So this account is found mostly in early Christian texts. All right? But it just the person who was writing when I found this, it's some sick people in the world too. So as I'm going through to find all the information in the text, some people are writing like, this is so cool, right? They were like, Dionysus is so cool. People, what cool? I'm like, yo, this is throw up stuff, bro. So I know they making Diddy look like Sesame Street. They ain't got nothing. Diddy ain't got nothing on them. In some versions of the origin of Dionysus, Dionysus is born as a demigod, the son of Zeus, who later ascends to godhood. They said Then, now, this is another version of Dionysus' story. It says Dionysus was a mortal, right? This ties in. It says he was a mortal, and Zeus and his mother was worried about Hera because she found out that Zeus cheated and Hera was trying to kill him. So they had Dionysus dress and live as a woman, and until she found and caught him. And they said, as a result, Dionysus is portrayed as more feminine, presented as a female. And whenever they show him, he never has a beard, and they don't show him with masculine traits. Now we got the version of Poseidon. Poseidon's male lover. Poseidon's male lover was a transitioning man named Cenis. Cenis. That just made me laugh. Cenis. Boy, I'm scared of these. Boy, and I need you to know what they did to the Egyptians and the Hebrews. All of those who became Hellenists, and they went. This was Sparta. The Spartans, the 300 with the kilts, it was in the name of their gods. This was, they would conquer you and Diddy, all the unalive and Diddy, and they would take them women and then the children, they would create gymnasiums and bathhouses, every kingdom they went. And this is how you had to serve their God or die. Oh yeah, it's the Hellenistic kingdom in the world. Yeah. So Poseidon, y'all heard of Poseidon, we heard in the movies. His male lover was transitioned, and he was named Cenis. Poseidon, the story says Poseidon met and slept with Cenis before he transitioned, right? And Poseidon was so pleased that Poseidon offered him a wish. And Cenis' wish was that he asked to be made into a male. And Poseidon used his magic to change his body while also making him immortal at the same time. And they said Poseidon slept with Cenis after he transitioned to the full male, right? So that was Poseidon. Cenis was a woman, asked Poseidon to trans him. He gave him a wish, made him a male, and they were smashing. Okay? Now, the term mentorship comes from this culture. Okay? The mentor-mentee thing. These, where you get from the root word, this is where you get the word torment. Okay? So they would have mentorship. That's what they have in the gymnasiums in the schools. They would hire you a mentor. And the mentor you will be the mentee, and you will be tormented in this. That's where these words come from. Out of the many, many mentor-mentee relationships in the Hellenist Greek mythologies is the one relationship between Achilles and Patroclus, Patroclus. Achilles, y'all heard Achilles heel? Achilles and Patroclus. The Hellenist culture and their gods loved to mentor the little boys, which was an act of torment for a grown man to enter a little boy, right? But that's what the mentorship was for. It was indoctrinating, a priming, okay? It was a priming for the little boy, and they, to enter them. Now, some historical writers, somebody just wrote a story about this Achilles and Patroclus mentorship for this little one. And it's a book called The Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller. Don't quote me fully on that, but in my research, they just wrote a gay romance novel about Achilles and Patroclus. It's called The Song of Achilles by Madeline Miller. Y'all can look it up, but I ain't saying about the book. I don't want to read none of this. I was I was I was grossed out putting all this stuff together. Okay? Now, the whole culture, as I went through all of this, the whole culture is Diddy culture. Now, unlike the Hebrew, original Habariya, I got more, creator, who condemned this behavior, male on male, female on female, and said it was an abomination. This Diddy culture was a part of their worship and homage to their gods. It was the way to honor their gods. The way to do it was to have these relations with little boys in ancient Hellenes. That's what it was called. Greece was called Hellas. There was no Greece. The kingdom of Hellas, and they were the Hellenes. Right? Then you have the Greek god Ganymede, Ganymede. Ganymede. Ganymede was supposed to be the youngest son of the first king of Troy. This is where you get Helen of Troy, another mythology story. So Ganymede was the youngest son of the first king of Troy, and Zeus was smitten by his beauty. Zeus was after every little booty he could find. Man, Zeus was a mess. I thought Zeus, honestly, because I didn't know. I thought Zeus was like one of those powerful gods that was like, Zeus, like I am Zeus. And, that's what I thought. You know how you use your imagination? I never studied this stuff from when I was young, right? I thought Zeus was, he said, what in the hell is going on? It's funny, right? I thought Zeus was like Hercules, right? I'm Hercules, strong. I didn't know they would have been after my little booty when I was little. Zeus was smashing anything, any booty he could find. So Ganymede, the youngest son of the king of Troy, Zeus was smitten by his beauty. And Zeus sent an eagle to take him off to Olympus. This is why the eagle of the Roman, this is why America, the eagle, see, we don't understand where it's all mystery cults. So it's going to come out later through this series. You'll see. Remember the eagle. It'll come out later on the other part 3, 4, 5 of this series because we're going all the way through, right? It gets crazy. All the fruit that y'all got to understand. We just got to get through the Diddy stuff first. And I got to do it because you got to have the foundation where it's all rooted in because the Romans followed the same Greeks. They just changed the name. I think they changed Zeus to Jupiter, something like, I got it all, right? Same God, same Diddy, right? And this who created Christianity. See? All right, let me continue. All right? Now, Zeus was smitten by the youngest son of the king of Troy, right? So he sent him an eagle, and the eagle's supposed to flew Ganymede to Olympus. So Zeus can meet him at Olympus and play the Olympic Games with him. Duty booty, right? All right. It's crazy work. All right. Other versions of this story, because you got to find there's different versions, variations of the story. Other versions of the story says Zeus transformed himself into an eagle, right? And flew to Ganymede and flew him off to Olympus, the Olympiad, so he can do the Olympic, the Olympic duty booty with him, right? So, sorry, let me not make jokes with that. Let me not. All right. Now, the other story was Zeus turned himself into an eagle and flew Ganymede to Olympus and made Ganymede a god. And Ganymede was supposed to be made the god of homosexual desire and he became Zeus's personal cupbearer. All right? All right. Then, we ain't finished. Then, yeah, Zeus. You know where Zeus come from. That's going to come out later. This Jesus character, Fruity Minuti to Duty. All right, now let's continue. I ain't talking about the Messiah. Y'all need to come out of this stuff. Once we find out, through this series, bro, it's crazy. Then we have Neretes. Neretes is called the brother of all the Nereids. Nereids. All the Nereids. They famous. Famous diddy booties. All right. Neretes was supposed to be Poseidon's most emotionally stable relationship. Listen, these people crazy. Yo, these people are crazy, bro. These people are crazy. And they don't talk about, they commissioned the 72 Hebrew elders and stuck them on the island of Pharos, Phars, for 72 insane, and made them transliterate. And about, well, it was peaceful. They were diddying, bro. This was crazy stuff. Why you think our ancestors, some of the Hebrew ancestors, was becoming Hellen? They was like, listen, I'll speak your language. I'll forsake everything. Just don't diddy me and my little baby. It was crazy what they were doing. But listen to this. Allegedly, hypothetically, let's just do that, right? We got to give Caesar what Caesar's, right? Okay? Allegedly, all right? Just study shows, it's all out there. Now, Nereids was supposed to be Poseidon's most emotionally stable relationship. Men on men. It is said that Nereids had an argument with Aphrodite, and Aphrodite stole his wings and turned him into a shrimp. These people, this stuff is just crazy, bro. These are the people these are the religious. Are you kidding me? How are you following anything these people wrote? I'm sorry. I don't want nothing that you translated, transliterated, transmitterated, transgiterated. You can transditty yourself away from me. I don't want nothing to do with none of that. Not no parts of it. That's why I said when this is finished, now, it turned him into a shrimp, right? Okay. He took his wings. All right. The history book says Neretes was supposed to be Poseidon's most emotionally stable relationship, right? And Ganymede, who was Zeus's lover, that was the youngest son of the king of Troy, who Zeus supposed to flew on an eagle. History says that they were both 12-year-old little boys. Neretes and Ganymede. Zeus' lover and Poseidon's lover. Yeah. Then we got, I know y'all like, it's more. Then we got Callisto. I'm going to show y'all in a minute. After we go there, I'm going to show y'all the chart of all. Wait till y'all see this. And we're going to, it's getting late. I should have just started with this. It's getting late. I should start. All right, we're going to close out with the chart. All right, we got part 5 coming. I just got to keep this. Already 12:40. I don't know why I should have, as soon as we start, I should have just jumped in, right? I shouldn't even did my intro just for time's sake. All right, anyway, let's continue. Then you got Callisto, Callisto. Now, Callisto had an infatuation for Artemis. Now, Artemis is a deity woman, and Callisto is a woman. So now we got woman on woman, right? But Artemis was Zeus' side chick. Yo, Zeus is in everybody's mess. He in everybody coochie and everybody booty. Zeus was the mess. All right. Now, look, so they had a Callisto on Xena? That's crazy. I don't know none of this stuff, right? Now, Callisto had an infatuation with Artemis, Zeus' chick. And Zeus busted Artemis. She was cheating on him with Callisto. So Zeus caught Artemis and Callisto carpet munching. And Zeus got mad. So Zeus got so mad that he cross-dressed, put on makeup as Artemis. He took Artemis' dress, put on a disguise, and he went to Callisto and tricked her. Callisto thought he was Artemis. Once he had Callisto take off her clothes, Zeus raped her in her tent and left her pregnant. Later, his jealous wife Hera, here go Hera again, Hera, I think the whole Greco god world was scared of Hera. Zeus was smashing everything and Hera was killing everything right behind him. Hera found out that Zeus smashed Callisto and Hera turned her into a bear. I'm sorry. Listen to this. So later, the story came out that Zeus smashed Callisto, raped her, made her pregnant, and she had the baby. So Zeus got another baby. Hera found this out, turned Callisto into a bear, and her son killed the bear. So Hera turned Callisto into a bear and had the bear be in the proximity of her son, her and Zeus' son. And the son killed the bear. And later, Hera exposed to the son that the bear was actually his mother. And the son, so tormented from killing his mother, he then killed himself. And this is what is supposed to have become the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper in the sky in astrology. Yeah. This part. Crazy. All right. This is supposed to be the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. All right. In this sick culture, Hellenist culture, it was common practice for Hellenists, the armies, the Spartans and all this. It was common practice for the Hellenist conquering armies to take all the pretty women. So this is what they would do when they come in. Remember, Alexander the Greek, they come in, the Hellenists, the whole Hellenistic kingdom. They was conquering everything. They conquered Egypt too, right? Now, they conquered the Persians who had conquered Egypt, right, of Egypt. Now, they would conquer the place, unalive all the men, right? Take all the pretty women, unalive all the ugly women, take all the pretty women and the young boys for slaves. Okay? All right? I know. It's crazy. And I gotta, Saudi, walk this down because we gotta understand who were these people. Because what y'all need to understand, history hides and whitewashes and everything. Do you understand? History just makes everything fluffy. When you peel back the onions and you understand what this culture was living, then how can I receive any text that come from them? Never. Let's continue. They would conquer any place they conquer, unalive the men, take all, and the ugly women, take all the pretty women and the young boys for slaves. Okay? This is what they would do. Now we got another story. There's a story of Orpheus, Orpheus, and Eurydice, Eurydice. The story of Orpheus and Eurydice in the Hellenistic culture. It says, after Eurydice dies and goes back to the underworld, Orpheus grieves for his lover. So Orpheus is grieving because Eurydice, his booty, went back to the underworld. So Orpheus, in his grief of Eurydice, he went on to swear off women forever. And he travels all through the land. Orpheus went through the land singing a song that he wrote about how male lovers are better than any woman could ever be. So Orpheus, mad that Eurydice died, he went through the land, he wrote a song, and he walked through the land singing his song about how male lovers are better than any woman could ever be. And unfortunately for Orpheus, as he was walking through the land singing his song, a pack of angry mayonnaise. Remember I told y'all? Remember the mayonnaise. The mayonnaise? Sorry. Remember the mayonnaise. The women who, the Karens, right? The ones who worship Dionysus, the cult of Dionysus, and pledge and get drunk. So while this fool Orpheus was walking through the land singing this song about how male lovers are better than any woman could ever be, he ran across a pack of angry mayonnaise. Right. Now remember, the mayonnaise were this gang of wild women who would get drunk and fornicate and turn sexually aggressive. And when sufficiently roused up, they would rip apart any person, animal, or thing, raw and uncut, anything that crossed their paths. Yeah. So Orpheus is walking around. He said, I'm swear off women forever, and I wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here you go. Right? He said, I wrote a song about it. Want to hear it? Here you go. So he walked around singing his song, any males, male lovers, I say, are better than every woman could ever be. Y'all know what I'm saying. That is called, what's the name? What's that called in Living Color? Y'all got to know it. Remember the song about it? Here you go. I walk down the street over here and say, really lovers. He would walk around. I walk around seeing male lovers. was any longer than every woman ever could ever be. And he came across a pack of angry mayonnaise. And they overheard his little song. And the story says they chased him down all through the woods and they caught him. And they hacked and chopped his body up into little pieces and they ate him like Reese's Pieces. Facts. This is the story. Look it up. It's crazy. It's Orpheus and Eurydice. All right? So now I wrote myself a chart. I said, now show. Oh, I did the Dionysus website. Go to the homo. Ooh, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's show receipts. All right, let me turn down my mic. Thank you. All right, I didn't know I was going to get loud. I am kind of loud. Thank you. All right. He's going, I want to woman. I wish I had a clip. I'm gonna make a clip so I can play it. Y'all can know what I'm talking about because this is the funniest clip of In Living Color. I used to love that dude. What was his name? The name was something. He used to play a thing. Got a song on here. Here it go. All right. So now I said, go to the ho-ho Greek. Call the ho-ho-po. Go to the ho-ho Greek page. All right, let's do it. Stop share. Now we're going to go to the ho-ho Greek page. Let me show y'all receipts because I told y'all all I found. Let me show y'all what's out there. So let me go grab this. All right, go to my thing. Go to that stream. Go to this one. Where's the ho-ho Greek page? There you go. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. So watch this. This is the ho Greek page. Y'all think I'm lying? They got it. It's out there. Here we go. Shout out to Yabayan in living color. Remember that? Got someone here. Here it go. Now here it go. I got receipts. Want to see it? Here it go. Right here. Share screen. This is a Halloween edition of Mashiach Assembly House of Yah. Welcome to All Hallows Eve, the exposing of the Hellenists and the creation of Christianity. Here we go. Bang, share. Y'all think I'm lying? If I'm lying, I'm flying now, y'all. Here we go. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I got receipts. I always got receipts. Let me sit home. Let me make it smaller so I can make this, because we're going to show. Look what this is called. The homoerotic themes in Greek and Roman mythology. I ain't make this up. Don't get mad at me. Homoeroticism. What is that? Ooh, wow. Oh my goodness, stop the press. This is that's why I say, now y'all see my face was like for hours, my face was just scrunched up. Okay? Oh, I'm not sharing it? Hold on. No, I'm sharing it. That's it. Nope, this is the screen. You see? Y'all can see this, right? Y'all see it? It says homoeroticism. Homoeroticism is a sexual attraction between members of the same whatever, including both male, female, and look. Now the crazy thing, do y'all see this picture? First of all, you see the head is backwards? So they got the male, so that's the booty, and then his head is turned backward. That is, I don't even know what's going on. All right, so anyway, let me I know. Let me not. Because I was going to show it big, but I'm like, no, we don't. I don't want that to go, because if you click it, because I can click the pictures. I'm not. All right. Homoeroticism is prominent in Greco-Roman mythology. You get it? Greco-Romans. Look. Classic mythology, Greco-Roman. This the ones that created Christianity. See all these naked? That's why they're always showing naked stuff. Okay? It's prominent, with many myths depicting intimate and romantic relationships between men. These are accompanied by related motives such as cross-dressing, androgyny, and fluid expressions of da-da-da-da-da. I ain't gonna say all this stuff. All right. These myths have been described crucially in the literature. All right, Apollo. You see? Look at Apollo. Here we go. Let's go. Apollo is one of the Olympian deities in Greek and Roman religion and Greek and Roman mythology. Apollo has been recognized as the god of archery, music, and dance, truth and prophecy. He's the god of truth, healing, and diseases. You is the god of diseases. Diseases, the sun and the light and poetry, and the devil's a lie. Okay, Apollo. You see him with his little wee-wee? They always got their little wee-wees, right? He is supposed to be the god of sun and music and considered the patron of same-sex love. So he's the god of dancing, poetry, diseases, and also male on male. Like, this is, you can't make this up. Y'all would think I'm tripping. I told y'all this lesson, this the Halloween edition. Okay? Yeah, Halloween edition. All right? And it's the truth. So we going there. Now, Apollo, the god, son of music, considered the patron of same-sex love. He has had many male lovers and was often invoked to bless the homosexual unions. He is also called the champion of male love. Other gods are sometimes considered patrons of homosexual love between males, such as the love goddess Aphrodite. That's hers. See, she cover her. So they make them cover their JJ, but the men, they little wee-wee is out. So Aphrodite is an ancient Greek goddess associated with love, lust, beauty, pleasure, passion, procreation, and her synchronized Roman counterpart is Venus, because the Romans just changed the name. Desire, sex, fertility, prosperity, and victory. Her major symbol includes seashells, roses, doves, sparrow, whatever. All right. So the love goddess of Aphrodite and gods in her retinue, such as Eros, erotic, Look at this. In ancient Greek religion and mythology, the erotes are a collective of winged gods associated with love and sexual intercourse. Y'all see? This is what this come on, bro. What did this so okay. I'm sorry. Let me calm down. If these Hellenists, their culture, went to Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, to the tribe of Judah, the descendants, and said, we want to transliterate your sacred text from your creator, who believes this is an abomination, would the Hebrews be allowed to do that? It's just common sense. No. So history tried to write it like, well, he commissioned 70 seats. No, he enslaved them. They forced them. It is an abomination to transliterate the Most High sacred text to anything got something to do with these people and their gods and their tongue. Into their tongue? A koine. They got gymnasiums all over Alexandria, Egypt. They got bathhouses. They didn't, everybody walking around. Okay? So look, erotes, a collection of winged gods associated with love and sexual intercourse. They are part of Aphrodite's retinue. Erotes is the plural of eros, who as a singular deity has more complex mythology. That's where you get erotic and erotica from. Okay? Then you got Himeros. Himeros, one of the 7 erotes, eroticas, a group of winged love deities and a part of Aphrodite's procession, often described as sweet. He is the god and personification of desire and lust. Eros and Eros, were present at Aphrodite's birth, and that's whatever. Then you got Potos. These are all these hoes. All right, whatever. Eros is also part of a trinity of gods that played roles in homoerotic relationships along with Heracles. Heracles, a divine hero, the son of Zeus, the foster son, he was the defender of Perseus, and Hermes. You already learned about Hermes and his little sick self. See a little wee-wee? All this sick stuff. Okay? That's why they running around naked everywhere. Come on, bro. So Hermes, Olympian deity in the Greek mythology, considered the herald of the gods. He is widely considered protector of human heralds and travelers and thieves and all that crap. They booties. All they wanted booty duties. Eros is also part of a trinity of gods that played roles in homoerotic relationships along with Heracles and Hermes, who bestowed qualities of beauty and loyalty, strength, and eloquence respectively onto male lovers. In the poetry of Sappho, Aphrodite is identified as the patron of the lesbians. Okay? Look at Sappho, a poet from Eros and island of Lesbos. On the island of Lesbos, that's where they get the name lesbian. So, I'm sorry. All of this stuff is in the language and in the tongue. So we get all these words and we don't know where they come from. We heard of erotica. We heard of erotic, right? We heard of lesbian with the Lesbos, right? From the island of Lesbos. Sappho is known for her lyrics, poetry written to be sung while accompanied in music. Sappho was widely regarded as one of the great lyric poets and was given names such as the 10th Muse or music something. Okay? All right, now, let's continue. Look at this. The list. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Y'all know I do receipts. The list of homosexual lovers of all the Greek gods. Look at this list. Will you look at this? Look at this. Achilles and Ecleochus. This is all their gods. And Achilles and Patroclus. Agamemnon and Aeneas. Amenius and Narcissus. Apollo and Admetus, Apollo and Adonis, Apollo and Boreas, Apollo and Brancus, Apollo and Carnus, Apollo and Caprices, Apollo and Hellenists. Apollo and Hyacinth. I told y'all the story of Apollo and Hyacinth, where the flower was supposed to come from. The one when Zephyr is supposed to, he threw the discus And then he's supposed to die in the blood and the flowers. Look, Hyacinth or Hyacinthus is a deified hero and a lover of Apollo. His cult, see, the mystery, it's all cultic religion. It's all cults. It's called the mystery cults. Y'all going to learn that as we go through from the Romans when we go into Christianity. You understand? His cult at Amyclae, southwest of Sparta, the Spartans, 300, dates from the Macedonian era. Oh, see, sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm emotional like this because all the work I put in, all the hours, and as Yah has me go through the ancient Minoans and the Macedonian the islands, how the Hellenists became from the Macedonians that civilized them, how they went into the Greek Dark Ages. I didn't even get to show that tonight, right? I got so much. I should have just started here and then went to the Greek Dark Ages. And then after the Greek Dark Ages, they went into Savage. And then they started to fall, and then the Phoenicians came and they started to become Hellenists and fall in all of this. And look what it says, date from the Macedonian era. I showed y'all the Macedonians, the blacks on those islands. And then the Dark Ages, they spread and fled. That's how these became the Greek islands, the Hellenist islands, Crete, okay, Athens and all that, Thebes, right? And so when they conquered Mitzrayim, Egypt from the Persians, they named a city called Thebes in Egypt. There was no Thebes. All right, now, dates from the Macedonian. The hero is mythically linked to local cults and identified with Apollo. All right? So look. So hold on. Apollo. So all of these who Apollo smashed. Look. Adamus was a king of Pherae in Thessaly. Right? So Apollo smashed Adamus, the king. Apollo smashed Adonis. Look. Adonis was the mortal lover of the goddesses Aphrodite and Persephone. He was considered to be the ideal of male beauty. That's why they say you got muscles, Adonis. Apollo smashed Adonis. They were, what you call it? Smashing both. I'm sorry. I got a lot of stuff going on. Emotions going on. All right. Thank you, Delara Shah. I apologize. I got to get in control of my be careful what you name your children. You know you got children named Apollo and Adonis and all this stuff, and you don't know what you naming them after. Oh, the receipts is everything. So I apologize. I can't see the chat. I know y'all probably laughing because I'm just like, oh my, this drives me nuts, bro. I shouldn't. Let me explain something to you. 100% hetero man, I should be acting like this. If I, he said Drake's son name is Adonis. If I was reading all this stuff and I was just calm, come on, Yaron, just calm and collected, then that's suspect, red flag. I should be all worked up. I should be losing my mind. I should be like, bro, this is the hell of an Epstein list. Come on, Yaron. This is not how you know. I play for Team I play for the women, bro. I'm like, this is insane. I should be going nuts. I should not be sitting here all calm and be like, Apollo, right? Imagine I said, Apollo, he had sex with Hyacinth. And Hyacinth had, nah, man. Somebody done told you wrong. You too calm. That's how I'll be like, yo, bro, you a little too calm breaking that down. I know we got stereotypes, but some stuff just stick. I'm just sorry. I know it's just levels of manhood. Y'all let me have my level of manhood. All right? It's just being me. Y'all let me be free to be me. All right? I apologize for those who think, well, you should be able to do this a little calmer, Unc. You should have control of, Now look at this. Apollo smashed Adonis. Apollo smashed Brancus. Brancus was the son of Smercus and the lover of the god Apollo. Initially a shepherd, Brancus became a prophet. A prophet! I need y'all to... I'm sorry. I need y'all to understand. Look at what they're calling these people. Look at the language. He became a prophet after receiving prophetic abilities from Apollo. When? After they smashed the dude, after they did the duty, did he? He introduced the worship of the god Didyma. Do y'all see that right there? Y'all remember? Hold on, I lost it. which I lost it. Which one was that? This one. Didyma, and founded a shrine for him at Diddy got it honestly. Y'all see it says Didyma. He introduced the worship of the god at Didyma and founded a shrine at Miletus. So Apollo smashed Brancus. Apollo smashed Carnus. Carnus was a seer. You know what a seer is? The wise one prophets at Arcania, who was instructed in the art of divination, divine, according to the poet Praxilla. He was the son of Europa. Europa is where the name Europe come from, the continent. Now y'all putting the pieces together. It's all in Diddy. He was the son of Europa, who was brought up by Apollo and Leda. Alternatively, he was Apollo's lover and friend in some accounts. You see, this is insane. I can't even go through all these. We'll be all night. We'll do it another time, right? So look, Apollo smashed Carnus, the son of Europa. Apollo smashed Cyprus. He was a boy. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really have to calm down. I just can't. This is just insane to me. I really can't. In ancient Greek and Roman mythology, Cyprus, whatever, was a boy beloved by Apollo, or in some versions by all the other deities. In the best known version of the story, the favorite companion of Comparisons was a tamed stag. What is a tamed stag? Ain't that like a horse or something? Which he accidentally killed with his hunting javelin as it lay sleeping in the woods. So this little boy was Apollo's, another one of Apollo's lover. Do y'all see they smashing everything? A male deer, thank you. So Apollo smashed this little boy. You see it say he was a boy. Hold on. Then Apollo smashed Hellenists. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Apollo smashed Helen. Say it ain't so, Helen. Say it ain't so. Hold on. This is a different pottery. This is different from the one we got. I think this is the other picture. In Greek mythology, Hellenus was a gentle and clever seer. That's Helen. He was also a Trojan prince as the son of King Priam and Queen Hecuba of Troy, and the twin brother of the prophetess Cassandra. Oh, Hellenists. So it's somebody different, not Helen. I just don't want him. I don't want him to smash Helen. I don't know why. I'm sorry. No, say it ain't so. Right? Not that I like Helen or nothing, but this is insane. This is crazy. This is way too much Diddy and smashing going on. So Apollo smashed Helenus. I guess Helenus was one of these little boys. And then Apollo smashed Hyacinth. Everybody smashed Hyacinth, though. Hyacinth was just thrown around. Everybody was after Hyacinth. Apollo smashed Hymenaeus. This is where the word hymen come from. Look, hymen. You know when a woman's hymen? Hymenaeus or Hymenaeus is a god of marriage ceremonies who inspires feasts and songs. Related to the god's name, a Hymenaeus is a genre of Greek lyric poetry sung. This is where they get the hymen. When you break the hymen in blood, all right? This will come out later in part 3, 4, right? But I can't go through all. So anyway, look. So Apollo, let's finish this part so I can get my close out. It's 1 o'clock. Apollo smashed all of them, right? Apollo smashed him. Apollo smashed him. Apollo. Apollo smashed Lapis. Lapis was a favorite of Apollo. The god wanted to confer upon him the gift of prophecy, lyre, but Lapis, wait, the gift of prophecy, which should perform the life of his father, whatever, right? So then Ares smashed Electron or whatever. And Ares, oh, look at Ares, ew, look at this. These things are nasty. The Greek god of war and courage is one of the 12 Olympians and the son of Zeus and Hera. Oh, so his mama is Hera. Boy, he got his mama is no joke. So Zeus and Hera gave birth to Ares. Many Greeks were ambivalent towards him. He embodies the physical valor necessary for success in war, can also personify sheer brutality and bloodlust. He looks wicked too. I don't know. These people are nasty, bro. But he smashed Electron. And Electron was the god of war to guard the outside of his bedroom door, while the god took part in a love affair with the love goddess Aphrodite. He failed his job when he fell asleep, allowing Helios, the god of the sun, to see they smashed women and men. This is nasty. So Artemis and Callisto, remember the story? Callisto was the one that Zeus dressed up like Artemis, and then I told the story. So look at Artemis, and she was the goddess of hunt. All right, and then let's just go. So look, Boreas, he smashed Hyacinth. Celephus, Pteris, Charon, whatever. Charon, Psychus, this one, Saturn, this one. Look at Dionysus. Dionysus smashed Impius, Dionysus, Prometheus, Dionysus, Staphylos. He did a lot more too. Right? Look at all this. All right, let me continue. Euborus, all right, Helios smashed Neretes. Neretes is a minor sea deity, the son of the old man of the sea, Nereus, and the ocean nymph, Doris, and brother of the 50 Nereids. He was described as a young boy of stunning beauty. I told you they was young, and some of these scholars trying to make him like, no, they were of consenting age. The devil's a lie. Although he was never, okay. So Helios, who's Helios? The sun, the god personifies the sun. All right, let me finish this so we can get to. Then Heracles. Heracles is nasty too. Ooh, what was that? Eurythus, the son of, was one of 3 Macedonian strongholds in the Argler. We'll come back. Heracles and Eurythus. I wanted to see who Heracles looked. Heracles' lovers, Eromino and the Repulia, son of Hermes by some. All right, whatever. So Heracles had sex with this one, this dude, Lolus, the little dude. Lolus gotta die. Zeus and everybody, they was after that little boy too. This some sad stuff, bro. This is really some sad stuff. Jacobs and the Argonauts. All right, Heracles, Charioteer, whatever. Heracles had Nestor, Ephion. Then you got this side. Hermes had Crocus, Perseus, Hermes. Ew, look at yo, look at these things. We'll come to this another time. Look, they got statues. Look, he got somebody's head in his hand. Perseus, he was alongside Cadmus, the greatest Greek hero and slayer of monsters in the days of Heracles, the Gorgon, Medusa. So I guess he got Medusa's head. Look, he got a sword, and they all naked. Y'all see why they naked now? All they do is, it's all booty ditty. Hermes had Pollux, and then all these. Hymenus, Arginus, probably where they get it. All right, so anyway, look, Minos, all these gods. Ganymede is a divine hero. He was that little adopted by the gods to serve as Zeus' cupbearer in Olympus. All right? So anyway, and look, Paris. So y'all just forget the name Paris, also known as Alexander, is the Trojan where he appears. All right, whatever. All right, that's enough of this. Look, all these ditty. Look, he smashed Hyacinth. Zephyr smashed Hyacinth. He smashed Hyacinth. He smashed Hyacinth. All right. So anyway, and then this just goes on with a bunch of nasty McNasties. I'm not about to go through these. All right. And then these, Zeus, Hera, which they debated, a male or female had greater pleasure in sex, so they transformed him into a female to experiment. You see this stuff? What this says? Tiresias, on the other hand, became female because he struck a couple of copulating snakes, displeasing Hera. That's his wife. Hera is the goddess of marriage, woman, and family, the protector of women during childbirth. In Greek mythology, she is queen of the 12 Olympians and Mount Olympus, sister and wife of Zeus. His wife and his sister. There you got Semiramis and all the, come on, and daughter of the Titans, Kronos of time and Rhea. This is Hera. So Tiresias, on the other hand, became female because he struck a couple of copulated snakes, displeasing Hera, who punished him by transforming Tiresias into a woman. Later, the sentence was remitted due to either trampling on the maiden snakes or avoiding the snakes, and he became male again. In another version, Tiresias' sex change was caused by an argument between Zeus and Hera, on which they debated whether a male or female had greater pleasure in sex. So they just transformed him into a female to experiment. And then you got all these androgynous, Hermaphrodite, the son of Hermes and everything, born. All right, so we'll come back. Let me close out with I was going to show y'all. Let me do this real quick. So this is Hyacinth, right? Share this tab. Hyacinth or Hyacinthus is the lover of Apollo, the little boy. In Greek mythology, he had a cult at Amyclea, southwest of Sparta, which dates from the Mycenaean era. He is linked to local cults and identified with Apollo. He grew up around what was alleged to be his burial mound, what was located at the feet of a statue, Apollo. Hyacinth was given various patches providing local links, and then it goes into about that's the thing about the discus thrown and split in the sky. So see, I didn't see this one. In Ovid's telling of the story, the lovers stripped nude and oiled themselves. There you go. One day they decided to have a friendly competition. So Apollo wanted the little boy Hyacinth. He's wanted to smash Hyacinth, which he did. And they decided to have a friendly competition, taking turns to throw the discus, which resulted in Apollo accidentally killing Hyacinthus. But in Ovid's telling of the story, he said the lovers stripped nude and oiled themselves for the contest, which lines up with the gymnasium in the Olympics. Apollo threw first with the strength so great that the discus split the clouds in the sky. Eager to retrieve the discus, Hyacinthus ran behind it to catch it, but as he hit the ground, the discus bounced back, hitting Hyacinthus' head and wounding him fatally. An alternative version is that Zephyrus, responsible for the death, was jealous. I told that. Then it says about the blood and then the flower. However, based on ancient description, the flower Hyacinthus turned into, and they say something like it's not really the flower. Where I just saw a flower. Where was it? There you go. Hyacinthus orientis, the common hyacinth, garden hyacinth, flowering plant. All right. So anyway, all right. And look, Apollo and Hyacinth, look, singing and playing. And look, a little boy playing, and he got this look, he's naked, a grown, see, that's what I'm talking about. Let me make it big. This is where this culture comes from. This little boy is naked. This little boy is naked playing, and this grown man is supposed to be Apollo. And this is okay. This is okay. The death of Hyacinth. So this is supposed to be an image of the death of Hyacinth. Right? And look, they always got, hold on. Watch this. They always got little naked babies. Look at a little baby naked and stuff. This is some nasty stuff, bro. They need to be. This is. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna come out of it. How do I go back? There we go. What's the other pictures? Hyacinth. All right, enough of that. All right, now let's close out with the diagram, and then I got so much more next time. All right. We got part 4, I think, coming up next Friday. All right. Because we're going to walk it all the way down till we get to Christianity. All right. Now I'm going to show y'all the diagram. Let me show y'all because I'll show you how they was living on the next part. Let me find it. Let me go to my screen. Oh, go to my Greek file. Yeah, the Greek file. And then I'm going to go to, there you go. Watch this. Now we're going to see the Greek gods. All right, 130. That's fine. And I'm going to go to, I got to go to stop share, right? Stop share. Then I go to share screen. Watch this. This is where we're going to find out all these gods. Window. Watch this, elder. So this is the family tree of Greek mythology. Now watch this. Watch this. Mic drop. I'm about to show y'all where they come from. And we should have nothing to do with this culture. And then next time, because I ain't got time now, I'm going to break it down. So it starts at the top of their Greek god, at their gods, is the god, what does that say? Chaos. Come on, Delarashah. Let's close out with the bang. And I ain't do 10% of what I got to bring out. That's what's going to be part 4, 5, 6. At the top, now look, this is all the gods, the Titans, the Olympians. We're going to go through it. Look, everybody's there. Zeus, we're going to break this down. Look who's at the top. Jacob Castro, the god of chaos. I'm going to show y'all later that they call this God Yahweh. I'm going to show y'all later, now y'all, that this is the Lord God. Watch the tie-in. Watch. Receipts. You know I bring nothing but receipts. Watch the tie-in. This is the Lord. This is God. I'm going to show you. This is El, Baal. I'm going to show you receipts. Now listen clearly. The top of their God is chaos. And this is their Hellenist religion. They say chaos is this is their Yah, the Most High. And I'm going to show you that they said this was the Most High. Chaos gave birth to Nyx. That's the night. Everywhere the green arrow point, that's dark green. That means that's they gave birth. Okay? And this, when it connects, right? Chaos manifested night. Now, I'm going to show y'all later where their mystery cult breakdown says in the beginning was chaos. And chaos manifested night. All right. Chaos. Chaos gave birth to night, Nyx. Night and chaos manifested Erebus, darkness. Erebus and night, Nyx, gave birth to Ether and Hemera, light and day. Okay? Light, Ether, and Hemera gave birth to Gaia. And Earth who's that pointing to way over here? Oh, I can't see it. Oh, sorry. And Gaia, Earth, gave birth to heavens, Uranus. So you see how backwards this is? So theirs says that chaos gave birth to night, night manifests darkness, darkness manifests light and day manifests earth, and earth manifests the heavens. And earth and heaven manifest time. Chronos. Okay? All right? Hold on. Because there's so much. We're gonna. So chaos, Nyx night, gave birth to the Fates, the Fates. The Clotho, Lachis, and Atropis, the spinner, the allater, and the unalterable. The fates. Oh, fate. They gave birth to fates. Unalterable fate, allotted fate, and I guess spinner fate. Clotho. Right? Now, it also, light and day, gave birth to Tartarus. Yeah, I'm going to show y'all later in the other part. Tartarus is the holding place for the fallen angel. That's in the Bible. They were held in Tartarus. Wait till we tie the Hebrew manuscript up and watch till you see what they did with the Septuagint and then what the Romans did and how all this ties together later. Ether and Hemera, light and day, gave birth to Tartarus and Ecdina, and they gave birth to Cerebus, the mind, thinking, cerebellum. All right. Hold on. Now let's go the other way. They gave Gaia, Earth, and Uranus gave birth to Chronos, time. They also gave birth, Earth and heavens, Gaia and Uranus, also gave birth to the Centimani. These were the giants with 100 hands. All right, come on. All right, hold on. Somebody got kicked out. Oh, they back in? Praise y'all. All right, listen clearly. And we're going to close out. I'm glad I'm doing this to close out. I had so much, but thank you, y'all, for allowing me to have some type of structure and order, because I have so much receipts. So much. Now listen. Gaia, earth and heaven, gave birth to the Centimani, the giants with 100 hands, called the Briareus, Cotis, and the Gagis. They also gave birth to the Cyclops, the one-eyed giants, Argus, Brontes, and Steropes. See, y'all, all right? All right, now, hold on. Then they also gave birth to the Mnemosyne, the gods of memory. The gods of memory smashed Zeus. Zeus smashed the gods of memory, and they gave birth to Muse, where you get the term muse from. So they gave birth to Muse, who manifests Calliope projects. Calliope, which is the muse of poetry. Cleo, the muse of history. Erato, the muse of lyric poetry, epic poetry. Calliope is the muse of epic poetry. Cleo, the muse of history. Erato, the muse of lyric poetry. Eurytepe, the muse of music. Melomene, they got a Melomene projects and a Calliope projects that was in New Orleans that they knocked down. You see how they have us, these gods, these devils, and they got us naming our kids. They got us wearing Nikes. They got us having, this is insane how much fruit comes from peeling back these layers. Y'all remember my lesson I did? That was the lesson on the 25 to life where that dude burnt himself in the Melopomene projects. All right? They knocked these down in New Orleans. Melpomene, that's a Melpomene project. Melpomene was the muse of tragedy. That's insane, because that's what happened in those projects. Then you got Polyhymenia, was the muse of sacred songs. Terrascori, the muse of dance. Thalia, the muse of comedy, Urania, the muse of artistry, I think, something. All right? So Zeus and Mnemosyne, the god memory, a goddess or whatever, gave birth to the muses, where you get your muse. Now listen, watch this. Dionysus, y'all remember Dionysus now? Dionysus, the god of wine, smashed Urania, the muse of artistry, I think, and they gave birth to Hymenaeus, the god of marriage, which is the hymen come from. Okay? So now, let's continue. Oh, what? I don't know what happened. What happened? Okay. I think I know what happened. All right? Now, hold on. So now let me make it smaller. So it starts at the top with chaos. So the Hellenes, the Greek, the Romans, all of their culture, religion starts with chaos. Are y'all understanding? Chaos. And this is what they believe, their hierarchy. Now, I'm going to go to the right. Then you get the Titans. So the air, earth, and heavens gave birth to all the Titans. See the green line with all the green arrows? The Titans of Oceanus, of the sea, Tethys, goddess of fresh water, Hyperion, and then Hyperion and Thea, the two Titans, gave birth, the goddess of sight, gave birth to Eos, dawn, Selene, the moon, and Helios, the sun god. Okay? The Titans. Then you got Croesus, whatever. Him and Phoebe, the moon goddess, gave birth to Asteria and Leto. And Zeus smashed Leto and Zeus smashed Leto and gave birth to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. And Zeus he married his child. Crazy work. Then Zeus and Artemis gave birth to Apollo, the god of light. And then Apollo smashed Clymene, Fabian, Solano, Diphius, Dion, Neleus, Coronis, Ephion, the species, whatever, Micus, all these, Calliope, Eurydice, and Orpheus. Y'all remember Eurydice and Orpheus from my story? That's why I said I told the stories, and now we're gonna see the charts, the thing. And that's why I'm glad I told the stories so that y'all can be used to some of these names. Right? So this was Eurydice and Orpheus. Okay? All right? Now, let's go up again. We got to stay with the Titans. So then Crius and Eurbea, the goddess of the seas, they gave birth to Pallas, Perseus, Asteria, Hecate, whatever, Astrius, Eos, Phosphorus, all right? Alcyone, these are these drugs too. Dedalion, and then Hermes smashed Chion and got Autoclesis, and Apollo smashed Chion and got Philemon, right? Okay, so let me stay with, I'm trying to do the Titans before I do the Olympians. Then you got Kronos, which was they named a son after the original Kronos, the ruler of the universe. And then him and Rhea gave birth to, all the way down here, Hera. That's Hera's parents. Hera's a wicked woman, boy. Zeus's crazy baby mama. Hera, queen of the gods, and Zeus supposed to be the king of the gods, smashing all these little. So So Hera's parents are Kronos and Rhea, the ruler of the universe and the goddess of fertility. Then you got the Titans Clymene, the god of mortal life, and Apetus. No, they gave birth to Apetus and Themis. Themis, the goddess of law and the goddess of mortal life. Some of they gave birth to, I don't know, Clymene. And then they gave birth, Apetus and Clymene gave birth to Atlas, Menocius, Epimetheus. Here we go. Look. Sorry, I'm getting excited. Boy, y'all be unpeeling layers, bro. Y'all be teaching us some stuff. Clymene and Apetus gave birth to Atlas, Menethus, Epithesis. This is Helen's dad, and Prometheus. So Emetheus and Pandora, gave birth to Pyrrha. Granddad. And that's Pandora from Pandora's box. So Epitheus and Pandora gave birth to Pyrrha, and Prometheus gave birth to Deculion. I don't see who they connected him with. And Pyrrha and Deculion gave birth to Helen. That's the title, the thumbnail. And they became the Hellenists. Okay? Thank you. I don't know who that was that said that. I humbly received. Mayaka. This is where they became Helens. So now you're seeing Helen. Zeus smashed Protogenia and gave birth to Opuns or whatever. Zeus smashed everybody. All right. So now, then they gave birth to Hora, the Dykes. That's where you get Dykes. That's crazy. Irene and whatever. I cut off the side thing. All right. So now Zeus is all over the chart. Look, Zeus way up here. Zeus everywhere. Zeus smashing everything. That's why Hera, his wife, was a mess. She chasing Zeus, was smashing everything. Now we're gonna go to, before I get to the Olympians, let's do this side. The Nereids. Remember the Nereids? Now look at this. The Titans, Oceanus of the sea goddess, and the goddess of fresh water. They gave birth to Doris and they gave birth to Pleione, Atlas, Styx, and Pallas, and Archelaus. Styx and Pallas gave birth to Nike, victory, Kratos, strength, Bia, power, Zelus, zeal. They gave birth to the Pleiades. Y'all know, what's that dude? What I call that dude? I ain't said this dude. That black stupid dude that always talking about the Anunnaki. Billy the Canaanite Carson. To my planet Pleiades. The Pleione, the Pleiades. Ciliano, Merope, Astope, whatever. All right? So now, Nike. All right. Now, this the sea, freshwater goddess, guys. They gave birth to Electra. They gave birth to Iris and Harpies, Ceto, Nerus, the Gorgons, Uriel, Steno, and Medusa. There go Medusa. They gave birth to Eno, Perfredo, and Dino. Shout out to Dino from the Flintstones. They gave birth to Dino. All right, that's the water. Harpies. Then over here, they gave birth to Doris, and Doris and Nerus gave birth to the Nereids. That's Aphrodite, Galti, Glusi, Thetis, Pelus. These Nereids became sirens and stuff also. And then Diomede and Achilles gave birth to Pyrrhus over here, and Achilles and Calliope gave birth to the sirens. Parthenope, Leuci, and Ligeia. They gave birth to the Oceanids. It's so many arrows. It's hard for me to keep up. But whatever. These are all coming from the Oceanus and Tethys, the goddess of the sea the god of the sea, and the goddess of fresh water. They gave birth to the Oceanids. The Oceanids, Zeus smashed Dion. Zeus on both sides of the chart. Zeus smashed Dion and gave birth to Aphrodite. And Aphrodite, I think, smashed Adonis or gave something, the goddess of love. Zeus smashed Metis and gave birth to Athena. Zeus smashed Pluto and gave birth to Tantalus. Zeus smashed Uranon and gave birth to the Charites. Algae, the shining one, Euphsine, joy, and Thalia, blooming. Shalom, Rohan. This is crazy work. I know y'all like, this is crazy work. Hold on, let's go to the other side. So they gave birth to the Pleiades and Nike, and Poseidon smashed Alcyone. Then Zeus smashed Talgeta and got Lacedaemon. Zeus smashed Electra and got Dardanus and Lason. Zeus smashed Maya and got Aphrodite, Hermes, and Hermes and Aphrodite. Zeus smashed Maya and gave birth to Hermes, and Hermes and Aphrodite gave birth to the hermaphrodite, where you get hermaphrodites from, with a male and a female. Hermes is supposed to be the messenger of the gods. All right? This is just insane. All right? What in the hell? This is insane. All right? Now, let's go. Okay, let's go over. Let's go to the middle, to the Olympians. So Apollo, Zeus smashed Leto and Artemis and Apollo. And then Hermes smashed Chion and Apollo smashed whatever feeling on. I know, P. Weezy, this is insanely wild. Now we got the Olympians. In the Olympians, Hera is the queen of the gods, Zeus' wife, that's the crazy one. Athena, that's Athens, the goddess of wisdom. Athena. Zeus is the king of the gods. Okay? Demeter is the goddess of harvest. Y'all gonna find out about her in the next part 3. Hades is the god of the underworld. That's where we get Hades. Hell. Poseidon, the god of the seas. Poseidon smashed Aphrodite and they had a hero file. Hestia is the goddess of earth and fire. Poseidon smashed Gaia and gave birth to Charybdis. Poseidon smashed Medusa and gave birth to Pegasus and Chrysaor. Poseidon smashed Venus and gave birth to Proteus, Tyrone, and Polygonus Telegonus. All right, let's go to this one. I'm almost finished. So Hera smashed gave birth to Hephaestus, who smashed Pandora and gave, I guess, an Aphrodite, I don't know, god of forge, something happened, and whatever. Hera gave birth to Ganymede, goddess of youth. Aletheia, goddess of childbirth. Discordia, goddess of strife. Athena and Zeus. Zeus. Okay, Zeus and Hera gave birth to Ares, Hephaestus, whatever. Haris and Aphrodite gave birth to Deimos, of fear. Anteros, god of passion. Harmonia, god of harmony. Phobos, god of panic. Eros, erotic, god of love. And the god of love, Eros, and Psyche. That's where you get Psyche and psychotic. They gave birth to Hedon, the goddess of pleasure. That's where you get the word hedonistic. Hedonistic, the hedonist. For those who don't know, it says psychotic, hedonistic stuff. They be taking these cruises and hedonist stuff, smashing everything. The goddess of pleasure. Okay? This is insane. I'm almost finished. This is crazy. And then, okay. So all these gods and, okay, so Let's go. I think this is the last part because I think we did this. Yep. Zeus. Okay, so then Zeus, there go Helen right there, right? And then Zeus smashed Protogenia and gave birth to them. And Zeus conquest. Zeus mortal conquest. Zeus smashed Callisto and gave birth to Arcus. And he smashed Semele, gave birth to Dionysus. He smashed, I don't know, Dionysus smashed Aphrodite, gave birth to Priapus. Zeus smashed Leda, gave birth to Pollux, which is Helen of Troy. He smashed Aegina, gave birth to Endels and whatever, Pelus, and he smashed this one and Heracles and Gangling and Mega and Europa. He smashed Europa. Oh, that's going to come out next part. He smashed Europa and gave birth to the Minos and Saradum, and he smashed Antipolis. We get Europe and Zuthians and Danaan. Let me find out Zeus smashed the tribe of Dan. Sorry. And Perus, right? So anyway, this is the family tree of Greek mythology. So now y'all have a clear understanding of all this fallen angel. And he's supposed to, and tell me that he's supposed to be the god of health, disease. The god of disease, yeah, given the diseases. And it all started with the god Chaos. Y'all see this? And next time, on the next part, I go even deeper. Let me close out with this since I just seen this, my next slide. This is the ancient land. I showed that before. Ancient Crete, Knossos, and then Hellas. This is after their dark ages. All right? This was Sparta, 300. Come from, they come in with their kilts, they come in the booty diddy McNitty with their gods. Their gods was about, right? So we'll break this down the next time. So then I got the empires, the Seleucid Empire, right? And that's when they built Alexandria. See, now, once the Hellenes conquered the Persians in Alexandria, in Egypt, they built Thebes, see Theban, they built the Ptolemy, Ammonium, Alexandria. Look how close Alexandria is to Jerusalem. So they went and enslaved the 72 Hebrews, and they took them and put them on the island of Phalos, somewhere around here. There's a little small island of Phalos, and enslaved them. Look how close it is, because we walked into Egypt. The true Mashiach, he walked and hid amongst the Egyptians. This part, all right? And later, on part 3 and stuff, we're going to break all this down. We're going to break. So the Seleucid Empire, y'all going to know, it's so much to bring out, but what y'all are going to know, y'all going to have the full, complete understanding of the whole Afro-Asiatic world, the land, the Shemites, the Macedonians, the Minoans, the Greeks, the Hellenes, the Romans, the Persians, how all of it came about, all the way till they created this Christianity Bible from the Biblos. You heard? Phoenicians. That's all next time. That's Alexander the Greek. Here they come with the Didion. They went around Didion everything that moved. Now y'all know they gods, all right? In Greek mythology, Minos was a king of Crete, the son of Zeus and Europa, Europe. Every 9 years, he made Aegeus pick 7 young boys and sent them to his creation, the Daedalus' creation, the labyrinth, to be eaten by the Minotaur. This is their cultures and what they believe, right? All right. Right? So the Phoenician alphabet. The Greece is the Hellenic Republic. Hellenes. All right? The Greek alphabet was derived from the Phoenician alphabet. Okay? The Phoenician alphabet is an abjad. No vowels, consonants, attested in Canaanite and Aramaic inscriptions. Blockety blocks. Right? The Greeks are Hellenes. That's who they are. Then I'll show y'all this next time, the conquering. So these are the sons of Helen. Dorian is supposed to be Shem. I'll bring this out on the next one. Aeolian and Ionian. All right? And then he had 2 sons. I think the Achaean had 2 sons. Next time I'll show y'all, this is supposed to be Helen is the, what's her name? The flood. That's Noah. This is Theseus with the little black boy on his ankle. I showed that a bunch of times. But I'm going to do this stuff. All right, that's enough for that. I'm going to do this stuff in part 4. I don't know what we on, part 3 or 4. All right? Because I got a lot to bring out. Right? So, let me close out now. Oh my goodness, I got so much stuff, bro. All right, so how am I going to close out? I wonder, I ain't going to go into the Hellenists because then that'll open me up. That'll open up a whole nother hour. This number 4? Okay, so we're going to have to do number 5 after this, right? So I definitely don't want to go into, because if I open up this can of worms, it's a lot to come out, all right? So, but I want to close. Let me find my close out. Let me grab this, and then I had a close out, not the linear B. That's going to come out. I have my Hellas. Where did I put that? My Hellas script. So that's the, oh, I didn't even do that one. Okay, that's coming out next time on part 5. I have so much to bring out. I don't even have room to bring out everything. But I had this Helen too. No, I ain't going to bring that out. That makes it all the way. I tie it all the way to America. Oh, yeah, I go in. This lesson here is going to be crazy. No, I can't bring that out because that's when we, so I can't. All right, that's good because that's going to open up. That's coming. That's coming in part 5 if I can get to it. Because we got to go to them conquering. We're going to walk down everything they was doing all the way up until they transliterated the manuscript into the Septuagint, into the Romans. We're going to break down everything. All right. So let me do my closeout. Let me do my closeout and make sure I don't need to do another tab. The homoerotic, all right. The hyacinth, right. That's next time. That's next time. That's next time. So next time I'll break that down. That's cool. All right, cool. That'll tie into next time. All right, so let me close out. Let me close out like this. The idols of Greece and Rome, they took hold of the original followers of the way culture. See, in Antioch is when they first called them Christians, the Romans. But the story didn't end in Antioch. When this Roman and these Greco-Roman, this kingdom took hold of the faith of our manuscript, it did not empty its temples. It just repainted them. The idols of Greece and Rome, they put new names on them, but the spirits behind them never left. So next time, I'm going to break down the cults of Dionysus, Isis, Cybele, Mithras. These rituals promise rebirth through blood, salvation through sacrifice, communion through wine. Sound familiar, anybody? See, these kingdoms, Rome and Greece, did not erase their mystery gods. It baptized them in religion and politics. The book of 1 Corinthians says the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to Yah. And the Bible says, and I would not that ye should have fellowship with any devils. Paul, all saw the danger of blending these mystery religions, Greco-Roman, and their altars and their empire kingdoms, their kingdoms of heaven and Olympus. See, the Greek had their titans, the mighty rebels who fought wars and Gideon booties. They had the Olympians of Zeus, Apollo, Athena, each a fragment of their own divinity carved into human flaws. And Rome came along and adopted them all. Rome just changed the names. They changed the name Zeus to Jupiter. They changed the name from Aphrodite to Venus. They changed the name from Ares to Mars. And when Rome conquered and took the faith of the followers of the way, the Tamadayan Hadalaya, the followers of the Hebrew Messiah, with pure wool and feet like burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace, they same gods and patterns, they intertwined and hybridized them into their new religion that they call Christianity. Greeks never even had Christianity. No such thing. No such word. They were following the mystery cults and their gods, Hellenists, Serapis, Christos. That'll come out next time. Christos, part 5. The book of Psalms says, for all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Most High made the heavens. See, they renamed these idols. That's why the Most High said, don't have nothing to do with this idol worship. Temples that were once dedicated to the Roman god Jupiter, Zeus, the Greek god Zeus, became churches. Rome changed the goddess Circe, the devil, to church. Okay. The fallen angel pagan festivals that were once held for the sun gods and their worship were now declared as holidays. And the mystery cults and religions that worship death and rebirth found a new language in Christian sermons. So the message of repentance became a ritual of repetition. The personal covenant that the Most High wanted us to have, the relationship became a state-occupied ceremonies. Colossians 2 says, the commandments and doctrines of men have indeed a show of wisdom and will worship and humility and neglecting of the body. So it looks on the surface with Christianity to be righteous, but it's built in rebellion. They start with the god of chaos. From the Persian god Mithras came the symbol of the sacred meal, of the bread and the wine. From the Kemet god Isis became the image of the weeping mother. From the Persian god Sol Invictus became the worship of the unconquered sun. Sunday worship. The very reason the empire shifted the Sabbath, seventh-day worship of the Most High to the first day, the day of the sun. Even the halo that they painted behind this Serapis or this priest Jesus Christ actually was Apollo's crown. The halo they painted in their paintings. Ezekiel 8 says they worship the sun towards the east. See, these kingdoms call this hybridized religion unity, but it's called hybridization. They forged one religion to rule the whole world, built in part scripture, part hedonism, superstition, and the people followed along, thinking they were walking towards the Messiah, when in truth, they were being walked right back to Olympus, right back to the Greek gods of Didi, dressed in robes. Book of Matthew 15 says, in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. The Most High never asked for all these cathedrals and temples and of marble and councils of Nicaea of men. The Most High asks for obedience. He asks for your temple to serve him with obedience. He warned against images and idol worship. He warned that many will come in his own name and deceive many. The book of Deuteronomy 4 says, lest thou lift up thine eyes unto the heaven, Shamayam, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, you should be driven to worship them. The Bible warned, the Most High warned us of all of this. And they got you Christians going to church on Sunday. Sol Invictus Constantine's sun worship. The Mithras, Persian. You heard? This part, sun worship. Today, the patterns repeat. It's all self-worship, prosperity, preaching. The names have changed, but the appetite's still the same. Okay? They teach a word, a gospel that promises power without repentance, blessing without obedience. 2 Timothy says they have a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof, from such turn away. So the true children of Yah spirits are crying out even more. The manuscript, the Hebrews says, come out of her, my people, come out of the systems that sell salvation, come out of the doctrines that divide Yah's children by race, by nation, by title. Come out of the arrogance that says only one tongue can speak the truth of the Most High. For Yah's covenant was never bound to only one. It was open to all that would seek righteousness. So he chose a nation out of all that would serve, because every nation, a remnant of kindred and tongue, would come and cleave so they can all seek those who seek the Father in righteousness. The book of Revelation 7 says a great multitude of all nations and kindreds and people and tongue stood before the throne. Revelation 7 and 9. All nations, you wicked Hebrew Israelites. I'm like, only me, only us, only mine. Your little wicked self, just as wicked as the hedonistic Greeks, wicked as the Romans, wicked as the Christians. Different levels of sin. Mine. Little spoiled brats on the playground. My toy, mine, all mine. I'm the chosen people, only mine. How is it only yours? If you are from the descendants of the original seed, then you were chosen to lower yourself so that the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue will come and cleave to you so you can lead them to the Father. You're talking about only us. The Bible says a great multitude of all nations, kindreds, people, and tongues stood before the throne. And every remnant of those nations was one, Ahayad, Raya, spirit. He is calling the Most High's sons and daughters from every corner of the earth, out of the churches, out of the cathedrals, out of the Israelite camps. Come out of it all. Return to the relationship with the Most High. All that is religion. Sorry, not sorry. You wicked Israelites too. Wicked Christians, wicked, all that religion is what wicked does. The Most High is calling us to come out of it. The remnant of his children from every nation, kindred, and tongue, from every four corner of this planet Earth. To trade in the dogma of man for devotion to the Most High. Trade in all these rituals that y'all got. My seats and my and I walk around for righteousness. They out there with a Bible cussing just as wicked as any other heathen. Put down the ritual of men, dogma, doctrine for righteousness. I know you by your fruit. I don't give a crap who you come from. The Israelites was wicked all through the Bible. They're the crash outs of the Bible. I termed that phrase years ago. You ever hear it before? I said it first. The Israelites are the crash outs of the Bible. Facts. Showing you what not to do. That's what you're going to learn. Shout out to the remnant. Isaiah 5:55 says, seek ye the Most High while he may be found. Let the wicked forsake his wicked ways. We are to seek a relationship with the Most High, not the systems and traditions and culture of men. I don't care if it's Christian. I don't care if it's no Hebrew Israelite. It's all the same wickedness. Religion, you worship in flesh. The Greeks pursued knowledge. The Romans pursued power. And they both are wicked. The Most High calls us to pursue righteousness, right living, rightful thinking. Ahabayah, love the right way. The book of Matthew 6 says, seek ye first the kingdom of Yah and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. So we are called to tear down the idols of intellect, Greco, empire, Roman kingdom. You heard? Let me make sure my mic ain't too loud. All right, yeah, all right, I'm good. Tear it all down, children of the Most High. The mystery gods, we have to remove all of them. They might be dead, but they are living. Their shadows live in the pulpits, in the temples, in the sanctuaries. All right? We are to refuse all of it. We have to return to the simplicity of truth. Love the Most High Yah. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Walk humbly and circumspect. Keep his word. Let your yeas be yeas and your nays be nays. Die to the self, repent, and be humble and meek and help your neighbor. The book of Micah 6 says, he hath showed thee, O man, what is good, to do justly. What is good? To love mercy. What is good? To walk humbly with thy Aliyah, with the Most High, Micah 6 and 8. See, the deception of this darkness runs really deep. But even deeper is the mercy of the Most High who calls you out of deception. He is not the God of Olympus, not the God of Rome. He is the creator who breathed life into all existence. He's still whispering to those who are willing to listen beyond the noise of religion. But they don't hear me though. They don't want to come out. They like religion. Psalms 34 says, the Most High is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart. See, this is not a call tonight as I close out. This is not a call to rebellion. It's a call to remembrance. We are called to remember that truth does not need acceptance from the world to be the truth. Truth does not need the world's acceptance to be spread. We are called to remember that righteousness is not culture. Righteousness is actually character. We are called to remember that the Most High seeks those who are going to be loyal to him in spirit and in truth, not in membership. Not in titles of deacon and I'm this and I'm that. We are called to remember that being set apart is actually a lifestyle, not a live stream. You hear that part? It is a lifestyle that we have to live to be righteous and set apart, not YouTube. We have to remember that repentance is a doorway, a dalayat, not a punishment. Repentance is a portal, not a punishment, a door to Yah, salvation. We are to remember that altars is where we are to die to self, not altars where they go perform in church and falling on out and dancing. It's a performance. We are to remember that prayer changes us before it ever changes anything else around us. Y'all remember that one. Prayer changes you before it ever changes anything around you. Most people got this prayer thing all wrong. They mostly use prayer to be trying to change someone else. Prayer changes you first before it ever change anything around you. We need to remember that wisdom begins with the Yahweh respect and the love of Yah, not the approval of men. We ought to remember that the kingdom is built in the unseen realm. Listen clearly. We ought to remember that the kingdom of Yah is built in the unseen realm before it is ever shown in the physical seen realm. It is in the spirit before it manifests in the physical. We ought to remember that faith is actually a walk, and we are called to walk it out. We have to remember, everybody listen, that love is proven in our obedience, not in emotions. I'm going to say that again. Ahaba Yah, what they transliterate as love, is proven in our obedience, not in emotions, not how we feel. We are to remember that we are called to be the set apart, not just simply different or weird or misfits, but to be the righteous, set apart children of the Most High on earth. John 8 says, if ye continue in my word, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Freedom begins when we put away religion. When we no longer bow down to religious ceremonies and practices and institutions, to systems. When every nation, kindred, and tongue lifts its voice not up to doctrine of men, but into devotion to the Most High. Children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue, we are to come out of her. Come out of the creeds, come out of confusion, return to the relationship with the Most High. Let the false light of the Olympus die. Let the true light of the Most High Yah rise, for the time of pretending is over, and the time of revelation is begun. Romans 13 says, the night is far spent, the day is at hand. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness. They started off in chaos. The kingdoms of men, the traditions, they had their turn. They had their turn. Now the kingdom of Yah is stirring again. The kingdom of Yah is at hand and is stirring in the hearts of the righteous, the remnant. Children of the Most High Yah. So come on, y'all, come on. We are to learn. We have to learn to seek the maker, not the monuments. We have to seek the truth and not the tradition of men. We have to seek righteousness and not religion. Seek repentance and not reputation. We are to be seekers of Yah's wisdom, not to man's applause and approval. We are to be the seekers of the ancient path, not the broad road, the popular stage. You heard? We are to seek the covenant, but not convenience. We are to seek understanding more than we seek influence. See, we have to seek Yah's voice over every sound that we hear in this world. Oh, every sound that we ever hear in our ears, we have to seek Yah's voice over it all. For soon, there's a time coming that every righteous tongue will confess, not to Zeus, not to Jesus, not to Theseus, not to Jesus, not to Caesar, not to Circe, not to church, not to camp, Israelite camp, but to the eternal Ahayad One, who is, who was, who is to come, our Abaya. And when that day arrives, all religions will fade away. But the voice of the Most High, the voice of the Most High Yah will still thunder. See, when this day comes, all the doctrine and dogma of men will sound like whispers chatter. But the voice of the Most High Yah will thunder loud and louder and louder, calling out to his people of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Come home, my children. Come home, my children. The voice of Yah will say, come back home. The day of Yah. This has been part 4 of our series on the creation of Christianity. This has been who created Christianity. I had that on the screen while I was that was on the screen while I was teaching that. Shout out to Unique over on Facebook. I didn't see he was here. I got it, boy. I had the link to put the Hebrews on the screen. I can't believe I had that Minotaur on it. Y'all don't let me do that again. Hakiyama, you got to. I got to get on. I need somebody to be in charge to hit Hakiyama and make her unmute herself and tell me when some of this stuff is going. Y'all know I don't want to teach y'all's word with no Minotaur on the screen. Y'all know better. Y'all got, boy, we got to do better. I got to get somebody, because I know she's doing a lot and she gets tired. So I'm not blaming her. But, you know, we are all our brother's keeper. So I got to get somebody that can help out. That can,
Better, I apologize.
That can, you know, tell her when this is happening. So, because she's only one woman. She can't do but so much. All right. I'm trying to find, I can't even find, I'm trying to, it made me, I am not doing, whoa, come on. What did they make it? See, this is what they be doing to me. If y'all could see what they be doing to me backstage, now they won't even let me change. This is crazy. And I pay money for this, but it be spiritual warfare. So now I can't even get it to.
So do you want it for the outros?
I want, anytime I'm teaching y'all's word, I don't need no blank screen, no heathen thing. I need either I'm supposed to, okay, let me explain. Once I start speaking, teaching y'all's word, my intro, outro, whatever, it should either be the thumbnail up or I'm going to have a Hebrew backdrop. Every lesson, I prepare a Hebrew backdrop. So I had a Hebrew backdrop prepared for us tonight. It was this one, right? Watch this. Share screen. Hold on, let me go to it. Let me pick it first. And so I don't be knowing, because what they're doing right now is they won't let me see the screen. So I can't see what's going on. Like right now, I can't even change our thing. See how I'm a little in the corner? They won't even let me change our thing back. It's crazy spiritual warfare. So this, what I had for when I would teach the word tonight. This right here. This was our backdrop for tonight. See? So this would have been playing while I teach the word, instead of some, don't ever let me have a black screen or some Minotaur. Like, we just had a wicked devil on the screen, a Minotaur, while I'm teaching. Now, of course, I rebuke all, and it doesn't have the power. But again, I can't really see. It'd be different if I could see the screen. I can't see nobody. I can't see nothing. So I really don't know what's on there. And then I'll be in the middle, so I put it up and not realizing, right? So just so y'all know, every time I have a backdrop for us, right? So whenever I start teaching the word, I could just put a backdrop on, right? Praise Yah. Or just the thumbnail, either one of those. All right, so y'all help out Hakiyama when this happens again, because it will, right? Until I can find another video system that can help me, right? To look, now it's back. I share a screen, now I can switch our thing back again. Wow. All right. So this has been Who Created Christianity? Part 4. I got probably 30% of what I needed to come out. So now we got part 5, but hopefully I did the best I can, because I got so much info. I got a million tabs that are open right now on my screen that I didn't even show yet. but they'll show in the next one. All right. So now y'all got a little more understanding of the Hellenes, a little more stelling of who Helen is. Next time, we're going to go even deeper, because then I really go into Hellenes and Hellenists and everything. Then we're going to go into Egypt with the Hellenes. When we complete this series, there's going to be no stone left unturned to the understanding of how they took the Hebrew manuscripts and wrote a Septuagint. Then later the Romans created a religion called Christianity, took the followers of the way culture and created a doctrine and branded it worldwide and merged it with the ancient mystery cults. That's why you got Easter. That's why you got Christmas. That's why you got, it's going down. And I know Elder Tamayah is going to love where this is going when I go there, because I got all the receipts. And I'm going to show y'all all the receipts of all of it. And it's even worse than y'all thought. We going behind the veil to find out where the root is. Y'all got us going to the root of all of it. It's all mystery cult. It's just been renamed Lord, God, Jesus, Circe, Easter, Christmas, New Year's. It's just all of it. It's all mystery cult. They never put down. Wait till I show you. They never put down their mystery cults. They just changed the name. They took the Messiah's image and took samples. Christos put his likeness, right? Then later they took Caesarea Borgia, but they started with samples Christos. Then they took the Most High's name, all that, and changed it to Lord and God's and this, and changed the first day of the Sabbath day to the first day, Sol Invictus. Changed Asherah, Astarte, and Easter, and it's all the same. They hoodwink and bamboozled everybody. And you got these Christians running around serving all these diddy gods. It's still Zeus, Jupiter, Aphrodite, Venus. It's still all the pantheon of Diddy. The nastiest pagan cults. Wait till y'all see it. I'm going to show you. Part 5 is coming next week on Friday. And we're going to keep inching. I go a little further on part 5. Again, who created Christianity? We're going to answer it. Right now, we're in Helen. We're in Helens, and we got more to bring out of Helens, and how the Phoenicians, now y'all know how they brought them Helens. And we know who Helen is now, and we know who he come from, his mama, his daddy, his pantheon, the Olympians, we know the Titans, we know chaos. Wait till I break that down. That chaos one is nasty work. And they know who they are. They just changed his name to the Lord God, Nadia El. They changed his chaos. Wait till y'all see it. It's going to blow y'all mind when y'all see it. Y'all going to be like, that is nasty work. They know exactly what they're doing. And even the buildings, the temples, the obelisks, the steeples, all of it. It's the pagan palaces. They had them all through Alexandria, all through Egypt. They merged. Oh, it's crazy. This has been Who Created Christianity on the series of the revealing of the creation of the Christianity religion from the followers of the way. The Tamadayan Ha Dalayat, followers of the way, the original culture following the Most High, Yah. Not Yahweh, not even Yahuwah, sorry. Not Oshua and Oshi and Aishi and Yahweh and Yeshua and all these S's and E's and O's and U's and I's and O's. That's all fallen angel Canaanite. Sorry, not sorry. By the end of this, you'll see it all in black and white. And the remnant will choose to come out of her. Only a remnant will choose to come out. Everybody else, they like to stay in their transgression and sin. Thank you, Marawa Yah. I didn't see she left a donation. Thank you, daughter of Yah. I humbly receive. Everyone else, stay in it. The remnant, praise Yah for revealing truth. He peeling back the onion, the grapefruit, the layers. And there's so many layers. Wait till y'all see this stuff. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth on the have a happy Shabbat day tomorrow. Right? Today, it's really today. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. May the Most High cover you. Be the light in the darkness. He's revealing. We're going to know the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me, Yah. I'm talking about we're going to have everything. And you can look it up yourself as I show you. You're going to have all the truth to the point where nobody can't tell you nothing. Ain't I mean nothing. You can't tell me nothing with your mystery cult religions. I know the truth, the whole truth. I don't care about my wicked Israelite ancestors, wicked. All that ancestral worship, all that wicked stuff, all through the Canaanite Hebrew, all our ancestors' transgression, Yah, the Hellenists, the Romanists, the Ishanists, the Phoenicianists, the Ugaritianists, Akkadianists, Babylonianists, Persianists, all these gods and devils and demons. Wait till y'all see the fallen angels. Boy, all right, let me close out. I wish I could. I wish I had a whole. I got you. I wish I had a whole nother 2 hours to show y'all the fallen angel mixed with this religion, Christianity. It's crazy. I was like, they got them worshiping the fallen angels and calling it something else. They done branded it. They done put a costume like Halloween. They done put a costume on it. Go ahead, Akyama. Shalom, Yadasa. We closing now. Go ahead, Akyama.
Leslie says, learned a great deal tonight. Very appreciative. Thank you for the knowledge. Peace and blessings to you all.
Who said that?
P. Weezy.
P. Weezy. Shout out to P. Weezy. You're welcome, P. Weezy. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Part 5 next Friday. We live Wednesday, but we'll be doing some topic. Y'all see it. But Friday, we back. Every Friday, I'm saving the series breaking down to Christianity. But you'll see, Saturday, the clocks go back. Oh, it's going to be dark real early. But yeah, next Friday, we continuing with this. There won't be nothing you won't know to be able to teach your children. The Most High is unlocking everything. And praise y'all, I'm saving these videos. So I got backups. All right? I'm backing up everything. But there's nothing you won't know. You'll have a full understanding of, oh yeah, I chose right. Because all of this is wicked. It's all pagan. They all worship. It's really the fallen angels. Anunnaki. Wait till y'all see it. Blow your mind. The Romans did a crafty job. The Greeks didn't hide it the way the Romans did. The Romans packaged it all up into a new religion called it Christianity and painted it and put it all inside of the religion. Calling on Baal, Circe. It's crazy. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance in covering. Thank you, Elder Tamayaya Yazan, for your covering. Thank you, Yashayaha, for your covering. Thank you, House of Yah, Mashayak Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, for your covering. To everybody that was on this live stream, may y'all go out and have a blessed day tomorrow. For those who practice the Shabbat before the evening tomorrow comes in, may you reflect on areas to work on in your life. That's what the Shabbat is for, a day of rest and reflection on areas to work out your sin and transgression so you can be more righteous in the Most High in this dark second world. May the Most High cover and bless you all. May Yah, we thank Abba Yah for this lesson. Thank you, Father, for all of the revelation, for all of the truth, the exposing, because I know the fullness is so much more. So much more. So praise you. I praise you, Yah, for revealing. And I understand it's time. No more lies. No more tradition of men worship. No more fallen angels. We're the remnant that's going to seek the truth of the Most High and spirit and in truth. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbayat means the seventh day. It's Shabbayat, it's Shabbat in Habariyah. And when you put Yah's name back in, where they took everything else, it's Shabbayat. Shabbayat, because we put Yah's name back in everything. Shabbayat is the set apart seventh day of the Most High. Shalayam is the peace, blessing, greeting, shalom. And we put Yah's name back in everything, so it's Shalayam. Shabbayat, Shalayam, everybody worldwide. Peace and blessings of the Most High on his holy day. That's what that means. Shabbayat Shalayam Mashfayah. That's family in original Habariyah. Mashfayah. Yada Yaladayam. The children of the Most High Yah. Yaladayam is children. That's who you are of the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you. We see y'all. We live again Wednesday. We see y'all live Wednesday Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Praise the Most High, his holy name, his rightful order. Shabbayah, Shalom, everybody.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secures and